The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 29, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Donald A. McEachin to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Eternal God, on this 50th anniversary of the Vietnam War, we pray your divine blessing on those veterans who left hearth and home to respond to the call of our nation. We give tribute to their faithfulness to the ideals of freedom and democracy, even when the winds of war blew with increasing uncertainty. We pray for those who, in the ambiguity of conflict, found themselves faced with unimaginable ethical dilemmas, and who are now left with indelible moral trauma. Bless those who yet tend to lingering physical and emotional injury. Give each of them peace when the nightmares overwhelm and the echoes of battle resound in their slumber. And may that all who returned unwelcome have found themselves received into your warm embrace and upheld by your loving and everlasting arms. And grant eternal rest to those comrades whose names are ever memorialized on granite walls and gravestones across the country. May they now know your peace. Holy and merciful God, mend the wounds of war, both seen and unseen, individual and corporate, that as we commemorate this anniversary, we would acknowledge the cost of war and honor the value of peace. In the everlasting strength of your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Pursuant to Section 11A of the House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Harrell. The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on Vietnam Veterans Day to honor U.S. Army Specialist Roger Dearmeyer, a Western New Yorker native and Purple Heart recipient who passed on December 2021. Roger deployed to Vietnam in 1966 with the 4th Infantry Division of the United States Army. Spending much of his deployment in the jungles of Vietnam, he was injured in action on April 1967. Roger returned home and served as an Erie County Sheriff's Deputy for 31 years. He remained active in the veterans community, being a member of the 4th Infantry Division Association and the Military Order of the Purple Heart, Chapter 187. In 2019, we presented Roger with medals he had earned while serving, including the Purple Heart, a Vietnam Service Medal with triple bronze star attachment, and a combat infantry badge. I ask my colleagues to join me in honoring Roger Dearmeyer, a man who lived a life of service to his family, his community, and his country. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed with an amendment, H.R. 4521, the America Competes Act of 2022, in which concurrence of the House is requested.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the achievements of several young ladies from my district. In early March, the Iowa High School Women's Basketball State Championships were held in Des Moines. These young women took to the court and gave it their all and made their schools proud. I was thrilled to see several young women recently earned all-state honors from the Des Moines Register. Kelsey Jones of Iowa City was named to the All-State Elite Team. Haley Weiss of Pleasant Valley was named to the Class 5A team, and Kaylee Levin of Solon was named to the Class 4A team. Kaylee Corbin of Louisa Muscatine and Kelsey Drake of Wilton were named to the Class 2A team. In addition, Jasmine Barney of Iowa City Liberty, Macy Dawfeld of West Liberty, Journey Houston of Davenport North, Allie Meadows of Central DeWitt, Mina Tate of Iowa City West, and Taylor Veach of Central DeWitt earned honorable mention recognition. Congratulations to all these young women on achieving these honors. 32 years ago today, our daughter Taylor burst into our lives. Thank you, Taylor, Little Miss Sunshine, for all the immeasurable joy you have brought to your father and I. Happy birthday. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, the COVID pandemic has struck America extraordinarily hard. And nearly 1 million Americans have died from COVID-19, but it is especially hurtful to our elderly. More than 720,000 of the people who have perished are over the age of 65. This underscores all the more reason why the United States Congress needs to fix Social Security. The Congress has not addressed the issue of extending Social Security for more than 50 years. It's long overdue that the United States Congress live up to its responsibility and make sure it enhances the benefits. A gallon of milk cost 72 cents in 1971. You all know what it costs today, as well as the price of gas and prescription drugs, the cost of rent, etc. Yet Social Security has not been enhanced in more than 50 years. Mr. Speaker, this is exactly why the United States Congress needs to act. I'm proud of the proposal of President Biden and the fact that Social Security 2100, a sacred trust, will be brought to the floor. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the floor for 1 minute.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor New Mexico's first radio station, KKOB, which this year celebrates their 100th anniversary in broadcasting. KKOB was founded in 1922 by Ralph Goddard and has remained a legendary channel in the land of enchantment. KKOB has won 4 Marconi Awards from the National Association of Broadcasters, and since 2000 has received Station of the Year 12 times from New Mexico Broadcasters Association. To celebrate their 50th birthday in 1972, the radio station invited an adventurous bunch of hot air balloon operators to the Coronado Mall parking lot, creating a tradition that has now become known as the Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta. KKOB is the leading voice for Southwest New Mexico, sharing news, sports, traffic, weather, opinions, the occasional jokes, some good, some bad, some just dad jokes. But they have a love for our community for over 100 years, and I commend KKOB's dedication to New Mexico, and I look forward to their next century of broadcasting. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to mourn the untimely loss of Sergeant Daniel Martinez. I express my deepest condolences to my friends and neighbors, the Martinez family. There is no greater pain than that of losing a child. And there are no words I can provide to mend your pain. But I want you to know that the entire southwest side of the region has your back. Sergeant Daniel Martinez served his country with pride, forming close bonds with his fellow Marines during his 4 years of service. He will be remembered as a young man with a sense of humor, who enjoyed watching movies and television with his siblings and loved to travel. Daniel will be remembered by his family and our community for his commitment to his country. Above all, he will be remembered for his kindness and devotion to family and friends. Rest in peace, Daniel. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I rise to offer 1 minute.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to thank Brea Chamber of Commerce CEO and President Heidi Gallegos for her dedicated service to our community. Heidi served in the Los Angeles Police Department for 11 years, on the Board of Trustees for Roland Unified School District for 12 years, and most recently, she guided the Brea Chamber through the Great Recession and the COVID-19 lockdowns. Despite unprecedented economic challenges, Heidi led the Chamber to build reserves and remain successful. She consistently operates with integrity, energy, and compassion, and has established a reputation of strong, trusted leadership. Heidi, I want to thank you for all that you have done for our community. I'm proud to call you a friend, and I wish you a joyful retirement. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Our frontline healthcare workers face a mental health crisis. 1 in 5 healthcare providers experienced mental health problems during the pandemic. This should concern every American. On March 30th, National Doctors Day, we recognize that to protect our public health, we must protect the well-being of our health workers. When doctors and nurses struggle with their mental health, they struggle to care for us. Nearly half of healthcare workers, 47%, are considering leaving their roles in the next 3 years. We need their talent, dedication, and expertise. Congress recently passed a law that will connect doctors and nurses with mental health resources, but we can and must do more. Healthcare workers help keep us safe during the pandemic. We have a responsibility to get them the health care that they need. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Does the gentleman from California seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago I went to the southern border, and I was shocked and appalled to hear about the humanitarian crisis, the violence, and the drug smuggling firsthand on site. President Biden and Democrats' open border policies have allowed a record number of illegals and illegal drugs to enter our country. Staggering numbers of encounters at the border each month, and more illegal immigrants are unfortunately slipping past in areas without a fence or enough border patrol. Now, the Biden administration is thinking about repealing one of the more effective methods of deporting illegal immigrants, Title 42. Title 42 is a public health law that authorizes U.S. border agents to promptly send back migrants and illegals if they pose a health risk to Americans and are from a country with a communicable disease outbreak. This during the height of the COVID crisis, they're letting them in, they want to let them in by repealing Title 42. It'll mean even more illegal immigration in this country, eliminate one of the few tools an administration have to expel illegal immigrants. The audacity of this administration has tried to force vaccine mandates on Americans, force them to still wear masks on airplanes and airports, is now at the same time allowing unlimited illegal immigration. We must preserve Title 42.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition? I'm sorry, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize this last week of March as National Area Health Education Centers, or AHEC Week. The AHEC program is vital to this country and for Nevadans because we're facing an unprecedented shortage of healthcare providers. The doctor shortage in Southern Nevada is nearing crisis levels, which means longer wait times, fewer choices, and less access to quality health care. The size of Nevada's physician workforce ranks near last in this country, and as our community continues to expand, the challenges continue to grow. To solve this crisis, underserved communities like Las Vegas need to expand the resources we offer so that medical providers can learn and grow their careers right here. And that's exactly what AHECs do. They are part of the solution. The nation's 300 federally funded AHECs are in nearly every state and multiple U.S. territories. And in the past 5 years, they have trained 2 million healthcare professionals. So please join me in saluting AHECs as they continue to be committed to prepare, plan, and train for a better,
The
healthier
gentlewoman's time
future.
has expired.
Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure be discharged from further consideration of H. Con Res. 74 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 74, concurrent resolution authorizing the use of the Capitol grounds for the National Peace Officers Memorial Service and the National Honor Guard and Pipe Band Exhibition.
Is there objection to the consideration of the concurrent resolution? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. This is the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the call of the private calendar be dispensed with on Tuesday, April 5th, 2022, and Tuesday, May 3rd, 2022.
Without objection, it is so ordered.
Mr. Speaker,
the gentleman will suspend for a moment, please. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceeding on postponed questions at a later time. The gentleman from Oregon seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6865 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6865, a bill to authorize appropriations for the Coast Guard and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. DeFazio, and the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks, exclude extraneous material on H.R. 6865 as amended.
Without objection, it is so ordered. The gentleman from Oregon.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to call up and speak in support of my bill H.R. 6865, the Don Young Coast Guard Authorization Act of 2022. This bipartisan legislation will authorize funding for the United States Coast Guard for fiscal years 2022, 2023, and address a number of important issues concerning the maritime industry. I'd like to take a moment to express my deepest sympathies to Congressman Don Young's wife, Ann, the rest of the family, and the people of Alaska. Don was larger than life. He was the dean of the House. He was affable, cantankerous, and sometimes funny. I have stories like the speaker mentioned today about Don and the buck knife in his pocket, but I won't go into those now. But anyway, we developed a good friendship. I feel fortunate that I had time to develop that relationship with him, serving together on both the House Committee on Natural Resources for 26 years and the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure for 36 years. His service as chair of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee had an extraordinary impact. It was capped by the passage of Safety Lou, a surface transportation reauthorization that was named for his beloved late wife. It was a strong bipartisan bill that provided much needed investment in infrastructure across the country, including my home state of Oregon. Don believed in bipartisanship. We didn't always agree, but we would find often a way to compromise, come together for the good of the country. And he always stayed true to his values and the people of Alaska. Given Alaska's vast coastlines, the Coast Guard plays a particularly important role in the state, and Congressman Young was always there to support the United States Coast Guard. That's why I'm particularly happy to include several provisions important to the Congressman that will have a dramatic impact on the state of Alaska in this bill. At a committee markup earlier this month, Don said, "I voted on 20 Coast Guard authorization bills in my career. I've served on the Coast Guard subcommittee for 46 years. This is a good bill. It's really needed." And it is really needed, and naming it for Don Young is incredibly appropriate. I'd like to thank my ranking member, Sam Graves, and subcommittee ranking member Gibbs for their work. I particularly want to thank the chair of the subcommittee, Congressman Carbajal, for this very important and overdue additional investment in the Coast Guard and addressing a number of other issues relating to the maritime industry. This is evidence that bipartisanship can still live in Washington, D.C. today. It not only authorizes the Coast Guard, but also reauthorizes the Federal Maritime Commission, which is the center of the supply chain congestion that has plagued this country and the world for over a year, and incorporates the Ocean Shipping Reform Act of 2021, which will begin to address several unfair shipping practices that have contributed to inflation across every sector of the American economy. This legislation gives the Federal Maritime Commission the authority to protect exporters, importers, and consumers from unfair practices by expanding their oversight and enforcement capabilities. The largest 3 shipping companies in the world made more money in the last year than they made over the last decade. It was not warranted. They're essentially running a cartel, and it's time that we took action. The Federal Maritime Commission under this administration is finally waking up, and they are going to take action against these cartels and the price gouging that's going on our consumers. It further amends Title 46 to ensure shipping capacity once contracts are signed, increases penalties for retaliation against shippers, and encourages reciprocal trade. H.R. 6865 increases the Federal Maritime Commission's annual operating budget by 10% over 2021. It'll give them the additional resources they need to provide effective oversight and ensure that all foreign carriers abide by fair shipping practices, which they're not doing today. For the Coast Guard, this bill provides more than $12 billion for fiscal year 2022, $13 billion for fiscal year 2023. These authorized funding levels of support service members, fund new asset acquisitions, and improve the Coast Guard's crumbling shoreside infrastructure. I'm particularly pleased with the improved vessel safety measures included in the legislation. H.R. 6865 takes a leap forward in small passenger vessel safety by mandating a common sense requirements for passenger amphibious vessels and others. Chairman Carbajal recently held a hearing on a horrible tragedy in his district, which this will also have an impact in preventing in the future. Moreover, H.R. 6865 offers meaningful reforms to a culture of sexual abuse within the maritime industry. I'm proud to have worked with members from both sides of the aisle to determine what changes are necessary to begin to address this toxic culture in this industry, create a safe work environment for all mariners. H.R. 6865 includes language from my other bill, the Safer Seas Act, which will give the Coast Guard more leverage to investigate, remove predators who sexually harass and assault. It also includes important safety measures such as surveillance, master key control systems, extends the statute of limitations for cases of sexual assault and harassment. This groundbreaking legislation is just one step towards bringing justice for victims and getting predators out of the industry. In closing, let me thank once again my ranking member Sam Graves, ranking member Gibbs, and of course Chair Carbajal for all their extraordinary work on this bill. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 6865, the Don Young Coast Guard Authorization Act of 2022, an important piece of legislation that ensures that the United States Coast Guard has the funding that they need to carry out the service's critical missions and keep our borders safe. Today is with both great sadness and great respect that we name this year's Coast Guard Authorization Act after former Transportation Chair and Infrastructure Committee Chair, obviously Chairman Don Young. The passing of the Dean of the House was a surprise to all of us and a tremendous loss for this body, and our thoughts are with his wife, Ann and his daughters Joni and Don, and the rest of his family, as well as his current and his former staff. I had the pleasure of serving as a freshman member of the Transportation Committee when Don began his chairmanship in 2001, and as always, he brought his typical passion and zeal to the job. He was always working for Alaska, but also constantly helping other members take care of their constituents. The chairman, as many still called him, always pointed out that Alaska missed the great infrastructure investment of the earlier centuries that had been made in the lower 48, and he was bound and determined to make sure that he made up for lost time. There isn't a city or a borough or a town or village in Alaska that can't point to at least one road, airstrip, harbor, dock, visitor center, or health clinic that Don didn't have some role in establishing, building, authorizing, or funding. Recently, there's been a suggestion to name a volcano in Alaska after Chairman Young, a rugged and enduring part of the Alaska landscape, always with the potential to erupt at any moment's notice, but always warm at its core. Part of me thinks this would be a very fitting tribute as well. And as has been noted many times, it was fitting that he passed away on his way home to Alaska, the state that he loved so much. I will always think of him and smile when I walk by his unofficial but uncontested seat here on the House floor. His passing was truly a loss for the House. In the Transportation Committee, we will always have the almost life-sized portrait watching over us, reminding members of the importance of the work and the bipartisanship it takes to get it done. One of Don's priorities throughout his career, and also one of my priorities, was strengthening the Coast Guard. And this legislation authorizes the purchase of a 12th national security cutter as well as 6 additional fast response cutters to ensure that our Coast Guard is prepared for its current and future role in securing America. During our markup of this bill earlier this month, Don remarked that in his statement that both his support for this bill and, as the chairman pointed out, he had voted on 20 Coast Guard authorizations in his career, and I'm deeply saddened today that he's not going to be able to cast his vote in support of yet one more. Fittingly, H.R. 6865 also includes a provision offered by the late Dean of the House that allows the Coast Guard to keep Russian vessels out of U.S. waters during the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge support of this important legislation, and I would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the chair of the subcommittee, Congressman Carball.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to express my support for H.R. 6865, this year's Coast Guard Authorization Act, which is named in honor of our departed colleague, Mr. Don Young, who tirelessly advocated for the Coast Guard and maritime issues in his many decades of public service. With his legacy in mind, I wish to express my thanks for the leadership of Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Sam Graves, and Subcommittee Ranking Member Bob Gibbs that created this bipartisan agreement. H.R. 6865 will renew and enhance support for the critical missions of the United States Coast Guard. Every day, Coasties work to protect our national security and enforce the laws in the maritime environment. They maintain our nation's waterways for the sake of commerce, save lives, and protect the oceans from pollution. These brave service members have time and time again demonstrated their resourcefulness, but they need our support today. The increased authorizations in today's bill signals our confidence in the excellence of the Coast Guard and starts down the road to providing the resources Coasties need to successfully complete their missions. H.R. 6865 also tackles current challenges to our nation's supply chain, which have recently caused frustration in not only the transportation industry, but in the average families who are being confronted with shortages and increasing costs for basic household goods. H.R. 6865 reauthorizes the Federal Maritime Commission, the entity in charge of promoting fairness and competition in ocean shipping, and it includes the Ocean Shipping Reform Act of 2021, which would provide the Federal Maritime Commission with the authority to directly address the international shipping's contribution to the inflation we are experiencing. As chairman of the Coast Guard and Maritime Transportation Subcommittee, I am proud that this bill also includes my legislation to amend an archaic 171-year-old maritime law that prevented victims and their families from seeking fair recourse against the vessel owners who were found to be liable for maritime incidences. This provision was developed in response to the Conception dive boat fire in my district in 2019, which was the largest loss of life in a U.S. marine casualty in decades. Finally, with this bill, we can make significant strides towards stamping out sexual assault and sexual harassment from the maritime industry. Provisions in H.R. 6865 strengthen transparency surrounding company sexual assault and sexual harassment policies, provide protections for mariners, and remove bad actors from the industry. Such criminal behavior and incidents have no place in the maritime industry. I am proud to have worked with my colleagues on this important legislation, and I look forward to ensuring that it becomes law. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, who's the ranking member of the Coast Guard Subcommittee, Mr. Gibbs.
The gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today in support of H.R. 6865, the Don Young Coast Guard Authorization Act of 2022. The bill represents this Congress's commitment to the men and women serving the Coast Guard and lays the groundwork for maintaining the service's mission, capability, and future. It also honors our colleague Don Young, who passed away last week and is lying in state in Statuary Hall today. Our thoughts go out to his family and staff. The Dean of the House, the Congressman for all Alaska, the former chairman of both the Committee of Natural Resources and the Committee of Transportation and Infrastructure, the longest-serving Republican member of the House, the former mayor of Fort Yukon. His titles were many, but they failed to fully capture Don's character and endless enthusiasm for the job he loved, representing the people of Alaska in Congress. He did that job for 49 years, and he did it well. His legislative record is as amazing as his personal legacy of the friendships he made over the last 5 decades. He was always a stalwart representative for Alaska and will have a lasting legacy. It is appropriate that we are naming this Congress Coast Guard Authorization Act for Don. He served on the Subcommittee on Coast Guard and Maritime Transportation since it was established in 1995, and as the predecessor subcommittee for 20 years before that. He was the only licensed tugboat captain in Congress, and the Coast Guard plays many vital roles in always the vast and beautiful, but often stormy and dangerous waters of his home state. The Coast Guard is one of 6 United States armed forces that will help secure our country's borders. As we watch the Ukraine crisis unfold and recognize the apparent lack of readiness in the Russian military, we should be especially aware of the need to provide our armed forces with the resources they need. This bill includes provisions to strengthen the Coast Guard's ability to keep Russian vessels out of U.S. water, and provision Don Young authored. Both sides of the aisle worked together to craft this legislation, recognizing that port and coastal security, drug interdiction, and maritime safety are important bipartisan issues to our nation, rather than Republican or Democrat issues. The Coast Guard plays an important and unique role in the national security of maritime safety. The service is a critical component in carrying out drug interdiction efforts, keeping our ports and coasts safe, and conducting ice-breaking operations. H.R. 6865 helps the Coast Guard better perform these missions and encourages the use of cutting-edge technology to improve operations while also addressing ongoing issues like how to bring the service's crumbling IT infrastructure into the modern era. Despite the administration's failure to seek appropriate capital funding levels, this bill authorizes over $9 billion for the operations and support account and $3 billion for procurement, construction, and improvement account for fiscal 2022 and provides a 5% increase in FY23. We had hoped that to offset earlier budget shortfalls, but given the rise in inflation, it will be needed just to stay even. As others have noted, this legislation authorizes the purchase of the 12th National Security Cutter and 6 fast response cutters, which are necessary for the Coast Guard's future mission capabilities. Vital to my district, I'm also proud of the commitment made to the Great Lakes in this bill. Working with my colleague, Mr. Gallagher from Wisconsin, the bill includes an authorization of a new dedicated icebreaker on the lakes to keep commerce moving as much of the year as possible. Thank you to Chair DeFazio, Ranking Member Sam Graves, and Subcommittee Chair Carbajal for working in a bipartisan fashion to give the Coast Guard the resources it needs to accomplish its missions. I urge support of this bill. And a side note, when I was my first year as a freshman, I was chairman of the Subcommittee Water Resources, and I inadvertently overlooked Don Young in the questioning order, and that was not a smart thing for a freshman member to do. And I realized my mistake, and I apologized to him, and we became the best of friends. And he also invited me and all of us to go to his King Salmon barbecue here in D.C., and I'm really going to miss Don Young. I'm really an American patriot. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to Representative Garamendi, a senior member of the committee.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support the Coast Guard Authorization Act of 2022, and I'd like to thank Chairman and the ranking members, also Mr. Carbajal and the minority team for putting together a good piece of legislation. This bipartisan legislation authorizes the U.S. Coast Guard, our 5th national military service branch, for fiscal years 2022 and 23. We know the Coast Guard is critically important. We just heard that here. This bill also goes beyond just the Coast Guard. It deals with the Jones Act and something I've worked on for 13 years here, which is Make It in America, and how we can do that in our maritime industry. And now, in this bill, there are policies and proposals that include long overdue language to close some egregious loopholes to the Jones Act that would allow foreign vessels to undercut American-flagged vessels operating in America's offshore environment. In the Outer Continental Shelf, this amendment, H.R. 6728, which is included in this bill, would close that loophole so that those foreign-flagged vessels are held to the very same high standards that American vessels have to hold to in those same offshore waters. A lot of this comes down to the new offshore wind industry that is flourishing here in the Northeast, and soon will be found in many other parts of this nation. Do you want those to be American jobs, or do you want those to be foreign jobs? The question's pretty simple. This bill, as amended, would make sure that those ships and crews operating offshore would have to meet the same high standards. They'd have to be certified that they know what they're doing, that they pass the various background checks, as American mariners must. Now, if you want a wide open thing, then just forget it. But this bill is there to protect American workers in the offshore wind industry, the offshore oil industry, and further beyond that to the general Jones Act fleet. It's a good bill. There are other things in this bill that are good. I had the great pleasure of working with our former colleague, Don Young, on his Oil Spill Response Enhancement Act. We worked together on that for several years. It is included in this bill, and it would certainly be appropriate that stay in this bill. We're going to have always the normal trouble with the Senate. They just seem to not understand all that they should. But this is a great bill. I want to compliment all who worked on it. The minority teams did excellent work. Thank you so very much. And I see the co-author of our amendment has taken his position to carry on. Mr. Graves, good work.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, the ranking member of the Aviation Subcommittee, Mr. Graves.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Sam Graves, Ranking Member Carbajal, and Ranking Member Gibbs for their bipartisan efforts on this legislation. I want to thank my friend Mr. Garamendi for working with us to ensure that American mariners are given a level playing field and I want to thank all members involved for the efforts to help to bolster the Coast Guard. Mr. Speaker, the Coast Guard is often described as a Swiss Army knife. You take all the laws that are enforced on terrestrial grounds, and we effectively put all of those on the Coast Guard men and women to be carried out or enforced over on America's oceans, on our seas, and our nearshore waters. This is an incredible task, everything from maritime safety, maritime security, counter-drug, alien interdiction, and many, many other missions. We've got to make sure, if we're going to ask them to do such a challenging task, that we give them the equipment. This bill funds or authorizes the 12th National Security Cutter. It authorizes 6 of the Fast Response Cutter, the Sentinel-class vessels that are going to bring better interoperability, better offensive capabilities, faster transit speed, the ability to operate in much more adverse conditions in regard to sea state, many, many other things. This also includes a provision that Don Young included that prohibits Russian vessels from being in Alaskan waters, and I think that's very important, especially considering what we're going through right now. I think that's absolutely critical, and it also includes a provision that Congressman Huffman and I worked on a bipartisan basis to ensure that AIS, the Automatic Identification System requirements for fishing vessels of certain sizes, are being applied to prevent illegal fishing or or fishing that's beyond catch limits in our waters. So very, very important legislation being advanced today. I want to thank everybody for working on it. And most importantly, I want to thank the fact that this bill is being named after Congressman Don Young. This is much deserved. I had the chance to work for him under John Rayfield when he was chair, and absolutely very much deserved. So support the legislation and yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Representative Auchincloss, a member of the committee.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for working with me to meet President Biden's goal of deploying 30 gigawatts of offshore wind energy by 2030 as we transition to a clean energy economy. While I support funding the Coast Guard, I am deeply concerned that a provision in this bill would prevent us from meeting this imperative. To achieve 30 gigawatts by 2030, the United States will need 5 to 6 wind turbine installation vessels. Currently, there are only 3 in the world. This provision would prevent the use of these vessels and halt the only means we have to install and maintain wind turbines in the short term. Not only would this put those 30 gigawatts of clean energy out of reach by 2030, it would also threaten thousands of good-paying union jobs in Massachusetts. I share the chairman's goal of staffing offshore wind projects with American workers in the long term. Indeed, with my colleague, Representative Keating, I have secured funding to help train those workers. But there will be no jobs and no offshore wind energy if this amendment is passed and the development of offshore wind is stillborn. I ask for a commitment to work in conference to ensure a seamless transition to American workers that does not jeopardize access to wind turbine installation vessels for current and future development of offshore wind projects. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you.
The gentleman will suspend.
Oh, he yielded back. Okay, sorry. Okay.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, the ranking member of the Water Resource Subcommittee, Mr. Rouser.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's so fitting that today we are passing the Coast Guard Reauthorization Bill, a very good bipartisan piece of legislation, naming it in honor of our dear friend and colleague, Don Young of Alaska, who did so much during his time here for the Coast Guard. A fixture in the House for 49 years, Don Young took care of the needs of Alaskans like no other could. So it was a natural fit for him to serve as chairman of both the Natural Resources Committee and the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee during his time. His accomplishments for Alaska and throughout the course of his life are well known and numerous. He was certainly a throwback to the old days on Capitol Hill. He fought hard for his constituents, for Alaska, for America. He had the force of a lion, but great compassion. And boy, did he know how to live life to the fullest. He was the perfect public servant, for he had 2 attributes one must have to survive and serve the public well: a tough hide, but a tender heart. That's the gentleman from Alaska that I got to know. That's the man who, with his dear wife Ann by his side, told me at my birthday party last month that he wanted to get the show on the road, go up to the stage and sing happy birthday. I simply said, yes, sir. And what a memorable night he made it. Sometimes words cannot properly describe a man, for the emotions that stir the soul are so powerful, words cannot possibly reflect them. That's how it feels for me, anyway. But let it be said many times over, Don Young was a force, a legend in his own time, and America is better and greater because of him. Let's pass this Coast Guard reauthorization bill in honor of our great friend, Don Young. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is
Mr. Speaker,
recognized.
may I ask as to the time remaining on either side?
The gentleman from Oregon has 5.5 minutes. The gentleman from Missouri has 8.5.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Representative Keating.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I associate myself with the remarks of my colleagues regarding our late colleague, Don Young, my friend, someone I worked on with fishing issues, ferry issues, air service issues, and he will be sorely missed. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 6865, which makes significant investments in the extraordinary work of the United States Coast Guard. I have deep concerns, though, about one provisions in the bill regarding the sole source crewing of foreign vessels needed to construct the first offshore wind projects in our country. This language will prevent existing crews from already planned offshore wind projects years before the ships can be built and long before the American seamen are trained to take on these jobs. We all support U.S. jobs, but here at home, this industry is at its relative infancy, and the requirements in this provision will prevent participation of the existing fleet of vessels needed to begin construction on these projects while no U.S. alternative exists. This will cost us jobs, jeopardizing more than 3,600 jobs, largely union jobs, from the Vineyard Wind Project in my district alone, and create years of delays to the building of offshore wind projects with an estimated 22,000 new jobs across the eastern seaboard. Mr. Chairman, I ask you to work with me to amend this language in conference to ensure that the United States does not falter as we take on our first steps into this burgeoning industry, one that will increase our energy independence, create American jobs, and move us away from our reliance on fossil fuels. Thank you, and I yield back to the chairman of the committee, the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. DeFazio.
Gentleman yields.
I thank the gentleman for yielding back. Certainly, I would assure both this gentleman and Representative Auchincloss that I'll be happy to work with the two of you as the legislation goes to the Senate. I want to move toward employing qualified American mariners and have the people who work on these ships meet the same requirements as American mariners. Flags of convenience have destroyed the U.S. maritime industry. We're going to rebuild it, and we're going to rebuild it with American crews and ships. Dominion Resources is currently building an insertion ship. But I certainly do not want to impede projects in the near term, Vineyard Wind and others that are immediately pending, and we will work to ensure there are no disruptions as we move toward a cleaner energy future. Be happy to work with the two gentlemen and others who are concerned. That I yield back.
The gentleman reserves.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Ranking Member. I stand here not to talk about the bill, but to talk about my friend Don Young. When I first got up here, I told Don that I was an avid gold panner in Knoxville, Tennessee, and yet in my lifetime I'd never found one flake of gold. And he told me if I would come to Alaska, he said, Timmy, I could put you on some gold. And we talked about our love of the outdoors. We also talked about our love of traditional country music. Mr. Speaker, Rick Crawford had his little band over here and playing one night, and they were playing some good old country music, some Johnny Paycheck, the music that speaks to your heart. And Don and I were talking about the current state of country music and just how horrible it was. And that if I wanted to listen to rock music, I'd turn on a rock station. I wanted to listen to rap, I'd turn on a rap station. But dadgummit, country music was what we wanted to hear, and we did. And these country music people today are not country music people. And I would put it in Don's words, but I would probably be called out on an ethics charge, Mr. Speaker. So I will not do that. But I stand here today as a friend of Don Young's and someone that will miss him dearly. And I miss his abrupt, gruff way about himself. My daddy was quite like that, and I grew up in that household, and I understand completely. But he had a rough exterior, but he was a very gentle person, and I will miss him dearly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, the Republican whip, Mr. Scalise.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the gentleman from Missouri for yielding. What a great tribute to be naming this Coast Guard reauthorization bill after Don Young. While we mourn his loss today, pay tribute to Don in Statuary Hall. His family was here. And as you're paying tribute to a great life, the Dean of the House served 49 years in this great chamber from the 49th state of Alaska. You can't help but thinking of all the Don Young stories. And clearly there's a tie to this bill because Don served on the Coast Guard Subcommittee of Transportation for his entire tenure that the committee was in existence, the subcommittee, and loved the Coast Guard, loved the relationship they had in Alaska, just trying to get more icebreakers so that we could keep up with Russians continuing to open up their shipping lanes and not having the ability to get enough Coast Guard cutters to break ice in Alaska. Don Young was always a champion for Alaska. He was a great friend. He was somebody who you knew where he stood all the time, and if you stood in his way, he would make it clear that he was going to keep moving forward. As we look at the seat that Don Young always sat in, a chamber of 435 people where there are no reserved seats, everybody knows that's where Don Young sat. And when you look over there today, it's a little bit sad, but you can only think of great memories of Don Young when you see the black cloth draped over that seat. We'll always remember Don Young, a man who loved this country, surely loved the Coast Guard, and epitomized what is the great state of Alaska. No better champion they had in Congress than Don Young. Look forward to passing this bill with overwhelming support, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Missouri for yielding. I rise today to recognize the passing of my friend and colleague, Representative Don Young. While many accomplished and effective men and women have served here in the House of Representatives over the years, very few have built a legacy like Representative Young. Over the last almost 12 years, I've had the honor of serving with him on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, where he spent untold hours fighting for stronger investment in American infrastructure. The Don Young Coast Guard Authorization Act on the floor today is just one of many examples of this. He took his job as Dean of the House seriously. He regularly offered advice to colleagues, like his warnings to me to never shave my beard. And he was eager to welcome members and their families to Capitol Hill. My kids loved going and getting a tour of his office and hearing his wild hunting stories. Representative Young will be remembered for his boisterous personality and outrageous anecdotes, but above all, he'll be remembered for his passion for the people of Alaska. I'm thankful for the time I had to serve with Representative Young, and my prayers are with his family, friends, and staff and constituents. And today I encourage my colleagues to honor our friend and support H.R. 6865. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I inquire as to how much time's left?
The gentleman has 4.5 minutes remaining.
How about the other side?
2.5.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert.
Thank you, and I rise in support of this legislation. Don represented Alaska in this House for nearly as long as Alaska has been a state. He was a ferocious advocate for the people he represented, not the least of whom were Alaska's native people who held a special place in his heart. We're going to miss Don. He was a champion for the North Slope, Alaska's commercial fisheries, infrastructure, obviously. He spent his career fighting for his constituents to use Alaska's vast natural resources to bring prosperity to his state. Don knew what made our country great and how to work across the aisle to deliver for the people of Alaska. Don was my first chairman when I came here 30 years ago. And he quickly found me and he said, "I heard you want to be on my committee." And I said, "Yes, Mr. Chairman." "Well, do whatever I tell you and you'll be just fine." Well, I think at some time or another, all of us have lived by those words. I'll miss Don. I'll miss his friendship, his humor, his passion. My thoughts and prayers go out to his wife, Ann, and to the family. Rest in peace, Don.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat.
Gentleman is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I had the honor to serve 26 years here in the House with Don Young, and there was an expression some of our Texans have about not messing with Texas. Well, with Don Young, you knew not to mess with Alaska, and we butted heads on that several times, but we remained friends, and when my family and I went to Alaska some years ago, he told us the place is not to miss. It was a family vacation. It was wonderful. We stopped by the state fair there, and we picked up I'm a Young Man buttons. This is one today, and I'm a Young Woman buttons for my wife and daughter. And periodically I'd wear it here in the house, and he always got a kick out of that. Now Don Young's gone, and as they say about Lincoln, he belongs to the ages. He'll be long remembered in this place, and he'll certainly be long remembered in Alaska. May he rest in peace. Yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall.
Yeah, Don Young,
what
can you say about Don, 30 seconds? I always saw him as a captain, the tugboat captain, the captain of the ship. He was the captain of this ship, this great institution, the House. And he was rough on the exterior like his state, rugged, larger than life, but a heart serving for others. I'll never forget going to the White House when we signed the Tax Cut and Jobs Act into law. ANWR opened up. He did a little jig in front of the White House. I think that may have been one of the days he broke his promise of maybe having a little drink. But I will say this. I'll always cherish my last day on the House sitting right next to him. The very last day we were here for an hour talking about this great institution, talking about our families, what's important in life.
Time has expired.
Little did I know that the next day he would be lost.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Let me just say in closing, he planned to serve in the Congress.
The gentleman's time has expired.
5 seconds? Until God or the voters decide it was his time.
Has been yielded
It's
another
no
5 seconds.
coincidence that God called him on the 49th year in Congress as a representative for the 49th state. May God hold him in the palm of his hands.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from
I reserve.
Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I inquire how much time we have left?
The gentleman from Missouri has 2.5 minutes, as well as the gentleman from Oregon, 2.5 minutes. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Yeah, I'd like to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa.
The gentleman for 30 seconds.
Could the gentleman
California
ask
is
for
recognized
unanimous
for 30
consent
seconds.
for 2.5 additional minutes for both sides?
Gentleman from
objections?
California is recognized for 30 seconds.
You can ask for it. Madam Speaker, Don Young has 50 years of stories. I'll tell you just one in 20 seconds. In 20 seconds, Madam Speaker, Don Young, faced with a young member wanting to effect bypass mail in Alaska, could have dressed me down and told me over his dead body. Instead, he directed me to go to Alaska to see how bypass mail was done in the post office there, sent me to an Aleutian island, sent me to a few other appropriate places, and changed my view of why we have bypass mail. That's the Don Young I'll remember, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized. Gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, who's up? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Balderson.
The gentleman is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Ranking Chair. I rise in support of the Don Young Coast Guard Authorization Act, which ensures that the dedicated men and women of the U.S. Coast Guard are adequately trained and equipped to fulfill their critical mission of securing America's coastlines. It has been an honor for me as a 3-year member of Congress to serve alongside Dean Young and always sit behind him and hear him yell. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 30 seconds.
I rise in support of the Don Young Coast Guard Authorization Act of 2022. Congressman Young brought a distinct candor and a character to Congress. This body and our country are better off thanks to his service, and he will be dearly missed. I am proud to note that this legislation authorizes $120 million for the construction of new barracks at the United States Coast Guard Training Center, Cape May, New Jersey. The barracks project will expand opportunities for women to serve in the Coast Guard, as well as expand the training center's recruitment capacity by 25%. The United States must project strength, and this legislation will ensure that the United States is ready to address the challenges presented by adversaries such as Russia and China. I yield back.
The gentleman
boy,
from
that's the
Oregon
fastest
is
I ever did
recognized.
anything.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Seconds to the gentlelady, Representative Malliotakis.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My district is home to Coast Guard Station New York and is the largest Coast Guard station on the East Coast. This legislation authorizes $1.2 million in needed repairs to ensure their mission and day-to-day operations to continue. I want to thank everyone for this bipartisan effort, and to say that Don Young was an amazing man would be an understatement. He is one of the first members I met as a freshman. He advocated to help me get on the Transportation Infrastructure Committee. I know how much he loves the Coast Guard. I know how much he loved Alaska, and it is so fitting that we are naming this legislation after him. I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in honor of the life and service of the late Congressman Don Young of Alaska, former Dean of the United States House of Representatives. It's fitting that this Coast Guard reauthorization, which we are considering today, is named in his memory. Congressman Young made a lasting impact on this institution, and his legacy of service will endure far into the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Who's closing me first? I'm out of speakers, Madam Chair, so I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Oregon prepared to close?
Yes.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Can I inquire how much time I have?
30 seconds.
All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, this is obviously a fitting tribute, and we ran out of time. A lot of people wanted to say something about Don, and I apologize that we did that, but I just want to close by thanking the chairman of both the committee and the subcommittee, the ranking member, for putting this bill together. It is very much a bipartisan effort, but I particularly want to thank the staffs on both sides of the aisle for the work that they did, and in particular, John Rayfield, who had the opportunity to work with Chairman Young when he was chairman of the committee as well. And with that, I would urge my colleagues to support this very important piece of legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
Has expired. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman from Oregon.
Well, it was very fitting that the tributes we heard. We all have stories about Don, and I wish we had more time to share. But his work, many decades of work, will stand as a monument to his life. And this bill, in particular, will honor his extraordinary service on the Transportation Infrastructure Committee. I think it was called Public Works when Don came to serve here, when he first came to serve here. So. I would urge this bill is, as I mentioned earlier, we're finally recognizing that the Coast Guard has been under-resourced for decades. We're beginning to deal with that problem, their shoreside infrastructure, their assets at sea, and in particular, the extraordinary people who serve in the United States Coast Guard. So I'm proud to have named the bill for Don. I would urge that this bill be unanimously approved by our colleagues. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6865 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the gentleman from Texas seeks recognition.
And that's the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent at the outset that debate under Clause 1C of Rule 15 on a motion to suspend the rules relating to H.R. 2954 be extended to 80 minutes.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will report for what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2954, the Securing a Strong Retirement Act of 2022, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2954, a bill to increase retirement savings, simplify and clarify retirement plan rules, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the order of the House today, the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Brady, will each control 40 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, H.R. 2954 will help all Americans successfully save for a secure retirement by expanding coverage and increasing retirement savings, simplifying the current retirement system, and protecting Americans and their retirement accounts. Retirement security has consistently been one of my top priorities as chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. Too many workers in this nation reach retirement age without having the savings they need. In fact, I hope people will listen to this number. It is estimated that up to 50% of the individuals in America who go to work every single day do not have enrollment in a qualified retirement plan. That means those households are at risk of not having enough to maintain their living standards in retirement. We need to do more to encourage workers to begin planning for retirement earlier, and we need to make savings considerably easier. Last Congress, Mr. Brady and I worked together
on a bipartisan basis to do that by enacting the Secure Act, one of the most significant retirement bills to become law in well over a decade. Thanks to the Secure Act, 4 million more Americans are now able to save for retirement through their employers, and as many as 700,000 new retirement accounts will be formed. And last year, we built on this progress with the passage into law of my legislation, the Butch-Lewis Act. After years of fighting for a solution to the multi-employer pension crisis, the Butch-Lewis Act saved multi-employer pension plans from insolvency and secured the financial future of over 1 million workers and their families as retirees who had played by the rules and made responsible saving decisions. Think of that, couple what we're about to do today with the guarantee of Social Security, and we will help to improve the opportunity for members of the American family to have a secure retirement. More work needs to be done, and that's why I'm pleased that H.R. 2954, the Securing a Strong Retirement Act of 2022, is before us today. This bipartisan legislation, and bipartisan, let me thank Mr. Brady again for his good work on this legislation as well, that will expand automatic enrollment in 401k plans by requiring 401k, 403b, and simple plans to automatically enroll participants upon becoming eligible, with the ability for employees to opt out of coverage, which I think, by the way, is not the best idea, but we do provide that option. Expansion of automatic enrollment will significantly increase participation in retirement savings plans at work. H.R. 2954 also enhances the startup credit, making it easier for small businesses to sponsor a retirement plan. And the legislation increases the required minimum distribution age to 75, and it indexes the catch-up contribution limits for individual retirement accounts. These changes will make it easier for American families to prepare for a financially secure retirement. On a related note, I think it is important to highlight that U.S.-defined contribution plans have created a unique reservoir of capital in the innovation economy. Retirement plans are investing in areas such as tech, financial services, digital commerce, and biotech. That means that workers' retirement assets are directly tying middle-class workers to our national innovation economy. That certainly is a win-win for all of us. I'm really pleased that Ranking Member Brady and I were able to come together on a bipartisan basis to develop this important legislation. Once again, it passed the Ways and Means Committee unanimously. Our efforts have resulted in an excellent product that has broad support from organizations representing diverse interests, including retirees, charitable organizations, financial services providers, police officers, small businesses, and employers. The list of specific supporters is too long to read, but we can start with the American Red Cross, AARP, and many others which we will submit for the record. Hundreds of groups have endorsed this plan. Let's work together to expand retirement savings in America. I urge our colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves his time. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Texas.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to join with my friend, Chairman Rich Neal, in jointly reintroducing Secure 2.0, which will help hardworking Americans approach retirement with both confidence and dignity. For 5 years now, members of the Ways and Means Committee have worked tirelessly together to ensure Americans have the resources to save for a secure retirement. A lot of hard work and negotiations has got us to this point, and I'm grateful to Chairman Neal for his commitment to get this bill across the finish line and to the President's desk. It's important to remember how far we've come in our joint efforts to help Americans better prepare for their long-term financial goals. Following the historic rewrite of our tax code, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, Republicans moved toward building on this success for years to come. That happened when Republicans and Democrats worked together to develop an act that's setting every community up for retirement enhancement act, known as SECURE. The most significant retirement legislation to become law in over a decade and a half. We made it easier for Main Street businesses to offer retirement plans to their workers by easing administrative burdens, cutting down on unnecessary and often costly paperwork. Secure Act made significant improvements to our country's retirement system, and today we'll do even more. A recent AARP survey found that rising prices are taking a big toll on workers, making it difficult to cover everyday expenses or save for the future. In fact, with 40-year high inflation, nearly a quarter of workers reported their financial situation is worse today than it was last year. Study also found that nearly 40% of workers say they have no emergency savings, with 1 out of 5 reporting they have nothing saved for retirement, nothing. Both groups peg rising prices of everyday goods as the biggest barrier to planning for their financial future. Ensuring Americans have the resources they need for a prosperous retirement is a bipartisan priority. And as with American families' paychecks falling further behind to rising prices, it's really never been more important for Congress to help workers get back on track with their retirement plans. With this bill, we build on the landmark provisions in the Secure Act, enabling more workers, especially those of low income and modest income, to begin saving earlier and giving them peace of mind as they plan for the future. Our bill, Secure 2.0, improves workers' long-term financial well-being by helping more Americans save for retirement at every stage of their life. Secure 2.0 contains more than 20 provisions sponsored or co-sponsored by Republicans and Democrats in standalone legislation. By providing flexibility, for example, we make it easier for local businesses to tailor retirement plans to best fit the needs of their workers. These reforms help Americans not only save earlier in their careers, but helps families save longer as well. We expand access to workplace retirement by increasing the incentives for businesses, especially small businesses, to create new plans or join groups of plans while sharing the cost of administration. To further help small businesses shoulder the burden of creating a new plan, our bill matches employer contributions with a new business tax credit. That can help a small business match up to the first $1,000 in matching contributions for that worker. For those Americans who are further along in their career or already in retirement, our bill raises the amount these workers can contribute to catch up on their retirement savings as they near retirement, doubling it to $10,000 a year. And because we want Americans to save throughout their lifetime, together we increase the age at which retirement plan distributions become mandatory to age 75 over time from 72 today. These changes are especially important because many workers find themselves making more at the end of their careers and are open to focusing on retirement. Those already in retirement often worry about the effects of mandatory taxable distributions on their long-term financial plans. Another recent study by Edward Jones and Morning Consult found that 57% of Americans who prioritize paying off a student loan are now behind on their schedule and saving for retirement. Our bill allows employers to essentially match their workers' student loan repayments with contributions to their worker retirement plan. So this means for workers struggling to make ends meet under crushing student debt, rising prices, they're able to tackle both paying off their debt and getting help in working toward a secure retirement. Again, I want to thank Chairman Neal, the members of the Ways and Means Committee from both parties for their long-term and diligent efforts. Together, we will ensure more hardworking Americans are confident in their retirement. With that, Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves his time. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson, a real champion of retirement savings.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Neal and Ranking Member Brady, for your hard work on this important piece of legislation. The Securing a Strong Retirement Act of 2021 is bipartisan legislation that gives workers the tools they need to retire with the financial stability they deserve and work so hard to obtain. Importantly, this legislation allows individuals to pay down a student loan instead of contributing to a 401k plan while still receiving an employer match in their retirement plan. I've heard from thousands of individuals in my district who are facing an overwhelming amount of student loan debt. These are people who are struggling to start their careers while also trying to pay off these loans. The Secure Act provides the opportunity to make payments on their student loans now while also investing in their future. I'm proud to support this legislation that we're hearing today, and I thank you for this great bipartisan bill that you've put behind us.
The gentleman's time has
I yield
expired.
back to balance my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves his time. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleased to yield 1 minute to the Republican leader of the Trade Subcommittee, gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith.
The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank Mr. Brady for yielding. I'm glad we are finally considering Secure 2.0, which will help every American family save. The Savers Credit improvements in this bill will help low-income families start putting aside money for the future, certainly a key to getting out of poverty. The enhanced credit for small employers offering retirement plans will help more businesses offer plans, an important factor in recruiting and retaining talent. New tools, like allowing employers to match workers' student loan repayments with retirement contributions, eliminate the need for young workers to choose between paying their debt or saving for retirement. In provisions like enhanced catch-up contributions and delaying required minimum distributions until age 75 will help older workers have more control as they near retirement. This is a strong package for savers of all ages. I thank the chairman and our ranking member for their efforts to get this to the floor. I certainly urge support, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Connecticut, a real champion of retirement savings, including all things Social Security, Mr. Larson, for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Neal and Leader Brady. What an outstanding example of bipartisan cooperation, but especially as it relates to what is amounted to a financial retirement crisis. This clearly will help aid in the work that's already been done by Chairman Neal with regard to both the Secures Act and the Butch-Lewis Act. But this even adds more flexibility and also provides an automatic opportunity for people to put money forward. I went to the Aetna School of Insurance, and they said there's 3 legs on this table. Those are personal savings, pension, and Social Security. This helps address the pension issue as no one can. And again, I want to commend Mr. Neal and Mr. Brady for their efforts and point out that we have another leg on that stool. It's called Social Security that Congress hasn't addressed in more than 50 years. And commend the chairman as we go through the process of markup on that as well, and yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves his time. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem and Mr. Brady and Mr. Chairman. It's neat to see us actually have something that we're all doing together. A bit of trivia. At the end of this decade, 22% of our population will be 65 or older. Retirement security is, besides just the moral imperative, it's going to be the financial, it's going to be the driver of almost all sovereign debt. And look, there's a couple dozen provisions in this legislation. In many ways, they look like tinkering, but they come together. If you happen to have a profession where you have a mandatory retirement age that might be 60, 65, the ability to do catch-ups, to be a small business and knowing what you can contribute to your 401k when you're doing your taxes instead of trying to guess at the end of the year. These things all come together. But we're also going to have to look forward in the coming year and deal with the reality of what did inflation do to the cost of future retirement. The taxation on really gain that isn't purchasing power but is inflation. But this is a terrific first step. And it's neat to have us do something together. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas reserves his time. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Another real champion of retirement savings is the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Kind, who I recognize for 1 minute.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the chairman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of securing a strong retirement act, or Secure .20, as it's being referred to. This follows on the heels of passage of Secure roughly 2 years ago, to try to make it easier for individuals to save for their retirement security, especially for small businesses to offer retirement savings plans for their employees, which has traditionally been a big black hole when it comes to individual savings. I'm proud that a few of the provisions in this legislation have been based on legislation I've been working on throughout the years. With my friend and colleague from Pennsylvania, Mike Kelly, we had offered legislation that would extend the startup tax credit to small employers that join multi-employer plans. Again, with Mr. Kelly, this allows 403B plans to participate in MEPs, including pooled employer plans, or PEPs, as they're known under the Secure Act. And then finally, there's been an anomaly in the tax code that we're addressing, in part trying to make it easier for S corporations to be able to convert to an ESOP model, or an employee share ownership plan. A very good business model, but we're trying to bring that on par with C corporations. This has been a great, strong bipartisan effort, and I encourage my colleagues.
30 more seconds, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman is yielded how many additional seconds? 30? The gentleman's recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This has been a great bipartisan effort in committee. And again, I thank the chairman and the ranking member for creating the environment, not just with today's legislation, but the previous Secure Act that we passed roughly 2 years ago, and the ongoing work that we will have. Because my friend from Arizona is right. With 70 million baby boomers beginning their massive retirement, we have to figure out ways to make it easier for individuals to save for their own retirement and for future generations to participate and get a head start. I believe this legislation accomplished it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yes, Madam Speaker, please yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Peoria, Mr. LaHood.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of Secure 2.0. And as a member of the Ways and Means Committee, I want to thank Chairman Neal and Ranking Member Brady for their bipartisan work on this legislation that will help workers save for retirement at all stages of their career and protect American futures. This bill includes 2 key provisions that I was proud to work on: Retirement Parity for Student Loans Act and the Public Service Retirement Fairness Act. The Retirement Parity for Student Loans Act allows workers to make student loan payments while receiving employer matching contributions into their retirement plan. This will allow individuals to pay down student loan debt and save for retirement at the same time. The Public Service Retirement Fairness Act creates parity between the public and private sectors, ensuring public sector and nonprofit retirement savings programs have the same access to low-cost investments as private sector retirement plans. Secure 2.0 supports workers at all stages to save for retirement, helps small businesses create retirement plan options, and builds on bipartisan success of the Secure Act passed last Congress. I want to thank my colleagues that worked in a bipartisan effort for their work on this vital legislation, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Pleased to yield, Madam Speaker, 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, another real champion of retirement savings, Congresswoman Chu.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in strong support of H.R. 2954, the Securing a Strong Retirement Act. This bill continues the work the Ways and Means Committee began 2 years ago with the Secure Act to expand access to retirement savings and enhance retirement readiness for millions of Americans across the country. I'm especially proud of provisions drawn from my bill, the Encouraging Americans to Save Act, that strengthens the Savers Credit. This credit provides millions of low and middle income taxpayers with an incentive to save for retirement each year. But currently it's split into 3 tiers of 10, 20, or 50%. This legislation not only directs the IRS to promote the credit to more communities, including those with limited English proficiency, but also makes it both simpler and more generous by setting it at 50% for all eligible taxpayers. I urge a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves his time. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute. Gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes.
The gentleman from Kansas is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today I rise in support of Secure 2.0. Since my time as Kansas State Treasurer and as a member of the Ways and Means Committee, increased retirement security for Americans of all ages has been a major policy priority for me. Building on our great success with the Secure Act in 2019, Secure 2.0 includes a number of provisions for new employees and near retirees, like my bill to improve the required minimum distribution rules and my bill that would make it easier for employees to save for retirement and pay off their student loans. Employees who are part of an employee stock ownership plan, like the Kansas workers I've talked to at Inland Truck Parts, Conco, and others, benefit from the bipartisan ESOP provisions in Secure 2.0. The bill also ensures public sector and nonprofit retirement programs have the same access to low-cost retirements, just like for-profit plans. And it allows individuals who have to decide to pay down a student loan instead of contributing to a 401k can still receive an employee match for their retirement plans. These common sense retirement security reforms deserve to be law, and I strongly encourage my colleagues to vote yes on Secure 2.0. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Madam
recognized.
Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, another real champion of Social Security and retirement, Congressman Panetta, for 1 minute.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of H.R. 2954, the Secure 2.0. This bipartisan legislation would make it easier for something that's been getting harder and harder: saving for retirement for workers and working families. Now, I commend the chairman and the ranking member for their very, very hard work, and I thank them for including two of my bipartisan bills in Secure 2.0. My Public Service Retirement Fairness Act ensures that retirement savings programs for nonprofits in the public sector have the same access to low-cost investments as private sector plans. This bill would greatly benefit many teachers and nonprofit employees who serve in my district and also have to spend an inordinate amount on housing by providing them access to affordable retirement plans. My Family Attribution Modernization Act that I worked on with my good friend Jody Arrington is also included in Secure 2.0. This bill would modernize outdated family attribution rules so that women-owned businesses and other small businesses in community property states like California have more flexibility and independence.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I yield the gentleman another 30 seconds, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from California, an additional 30 seconds.
In closing, Madam Speaker, these bills, along with many, many other provisions in this bipartisan legislation, are common sense solutions for the futures and the retirements of working families. That is why, Madam Speaker, I urge a yes vote for Secure 2.0. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves his time, and the gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank Mr. Brady and also Chairman Neal. I think we should mark this down March 29th, 2022, the day that the people who were elected and came to represent our folks back home actually got together and did something on the House floor that was good for everybody in America. And we were not going firing bullets back and forth at each other. We're saying, you know what? Isn't it great when we work together what we can get done? So Mr. Kind and I were walking over together, and he said, you know, Mike, well, I'm really happy this happened because there's a lot in there that we've both worked on, and it looks like it's going to put a little more gold in our retirees' pocket when they hit their golden years. But this is one thing the press will never cover. They'll never say, my God, these Republicans and Democrats got together for American workers to make sure that they go into retirement and lay their head in the pillow at night and sleep because they know they have enough to get through the rest of their life. What a moment. What a moment. I got to tell you, I'm so proud to be part of this. Mr. Brady, thank you so much. Mr. Neal, thank you so much. And for both sides of the aisle, why don't we use this as an example as we move forward as what the heck we're supposed to do for the people who sent us here to represent them. So thank you especially. I want to thank Carrie Getz.
Time has expired.
Give me 10 seconds. That's all I want.
The gentleman's
additional 30
recognized
seconds.
for an additional
All right. So
30
Carrie Getz
seconds.
from Chairman Neal's staff and Payson Peabody from the ranking member, Mr. Brady's staff, for working together in this. You all get so little credit for all the midnight oil you burn to make sure that we can get legislation done. Thank you so much, not just from me, but for all the retirees and the future retirees we have in this country. Thanks so much, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves his time. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, might I inquire of the ranking member how many more speakers he might have?
Mr. Chairman, we have a few more.
Gentleman
I
from
reserve the balance of my
Massachusetts
time.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Great, thank you. I should have said just a few more. Madam Speaker, I'm really proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for a minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of Secure Act 2.0. When our military members pledge a commitment to the United States, we promise in return to care for them and their families. As a proud representative of close to 90,000 veterans in North Carolina, I'm committed to supporting strong legislation that improves the lives of our veterans and their families. When service members change base assignments, their spouses often relocate with them, putting their own careers at stake and on hold. The Secure Act prioritizes military family retirements by providing a tax credit for small employers that make more benefit plans available for military spouses. Incentivizing job creators to hire and retain military spouses is an important step to strengthening military family retirement savings. I am proud of the bipartisan effort by the Ways and Means Committee to lead the charge to support our military families who so often face many uphill challenges in attainment retirement security. We must always fight for those who have given us so much to keep our safety. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves his time. The gentleman from Massachusetts
I
is
continue to
recognized.
reserve, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you. First, Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to introduce to the record a number of letters and documents in support of Secure 2.0, among a litany of letters advocating for swift passage. There are 4 I'd like to introduce. These letters are led by the employee-owned S Corporations of America, the American Benefits Council, the American Retirement Association, and the Investment Company Institute, all of which were invaluable members in crafting this bipartisan legislation.
Order.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, I am prepared for my closing remarks.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Brady, we're waiting on one more speaker. If we could, Mr. Brady has anybody else he wants to thank, that would be great.
The gentleman from Texas.
Never make that offer to a sitting member of Congress. Madam Speaker, yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
So this has been awfully good work on behalf of bipartisan members of Congress on an issue they believe in. But Chairman Neal and I are both blessed to have incredibly hardworking personnel and professional team. And I just, Madam Speaker, want to thank Payson Peabody and Derek Tyre from our tax subcommittee team for the work that they put in, along with Chairman Neal's folks, to develop this legislation, fine-tune the legislation, make the adjustment as it comes to the floor, and again, put it in the format and with the right to designs that we think will do great things for the American people, American workers. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to submit for the record a letter that has been signed by 50 different charities in support of this legislation.
Without objection.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me also include a letter from the AARP supporting this legislation. Madam Speaker?
Without objection.
As you can tell, Madam Speaker, I'm reaching. Are you prepared to close, Mr. Brady?
Yes, sir.
We'll go to Mr. Brady, and then I'll close from there. Thank you.
Gentleman from Texas is now recognized. The gentleman from Massachusetts has reserved his time. The gentleman from Texas.
Great. Madam Speaker, yield myself as much time as I may consume. So I think one of the things I'm most proud of in this legislation began almost 2 years ago. After the passage of the Secure Act, Chairman Neal and I sat down on the floor talking about what more we can do to help people save for retirement. What we both talked about is what everyone knows exists, the savings gap, and what little is being done to address it. And this is the gap of how many Americans will spend their lifetime and save virtually nothing. And when it's time to retire, their retirement isn't in their hands. It is all owed to government or other help. And we decided we would do the hard work to try to engage the millions of Americans who we know who they are. They don't make lots of money. It's low income or moderate income. usually work for a very small business. They are the toughest to be able to begin getting into that savings environment. So we designed this bill to really focus on those who've not saved in the past, and unless we do something differently, we're not going to be saving for the future. And so that's why so much of this bill is designed around them. That's why we help small businesses set up the plans. And here's what we know, Madam Speaker. To have secure retirement, we need to make sure a business offers a plan. Secondly, we need to make sure that worker is part of that plan. Thirdly, we need to have those contributions matched. And fourthly, you need to save more over time as your income increases. This bill really takes the significant steps to make sure small businesses are offering those plans and get help matching those first $1,000. We use the Savers Credit, which is pretty unused these days, and muscle it up and make it more available to help those low income provide those first dollars. And then we make the changes so it is easier for small businesses to either start their own plan or pool with others, as we did in the Secure Act, all of which we think are the elements to close that savers gap and give Americans who really had no chance to save an opportunity to do that. That's what, in my view, is importance of this legislation, why I'm proud of the work. Chairman Neal, the Republican and Democrat members of our committee worked together beautifully on this bill. I think this is an important one that I urge the Senate to take up and pass as well. With that, at this point, Madam Chairman, I understand I'll be yielding to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, to control the remainder of my time. Is that correct? Great, thank you.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia will be recognized.
Great, thank you.
The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me begin by yielding myself as much time as I might consume, as well as we will proceed to the next committee. Thank you. Oftentimes in this chamber, you will hear the phrase transformative. Sometimes it's hyperbolic, but on this occasion, this is transformative legislation. We have fundamentally changed the opportunities for retirement for the American family for millions and millions of people. And I want to acknowledge the work of the ranking member on this, Mr. Brady, because his input has been invaluable in helping to get to this moment. I'm really proud of this work. We are helping Americans prepare for a secure retirement. The catch-up provisions alone are startling in this legislation. Remember, there are a lot of people in America who are trying to simultaneously educate their children and save for retirement. It's a real challenge. So the catch-up provisions here mean that if people wish to work longer or begin to set aside more prescribed dollars for retirement because they couldn't do it during certain years of paying college expenses, we provide that opportunity. But this has been meaningful for members on both sides. I've heard members on the Republican side point out their contributions to it, and they're entirely correct. We, on our side, have also included Mr. Davis's legislation that ensures workers with student loans don't miss out on 401k matching contributions. Representative Murphy's legislation to increase the required minimum distribution age to 75 is here as well. We created a higher catch-up contribution amount for those years just before retirement, a provision particularly important for pilots who have a mandatory retirement age. That was a priority of Representative Sanchez and Pascrell. Mr. Kine's bills have been included. His legislation fixing a problem with startup credits and multiple employer plans is here as well. Secure 2.0 contains Representative Chu's legislation that would enhance the Savers Credit, which was also a priority for Representative Sewell. We've included Representative Panetta's legislation that provides 403B custodial accounts that are permitted to invest in collective investment trusts, as well as his legislation reforming family attribution rules. And we've included Representative Sewell's legislation to reduce by 1 year the period of service requirement for long-term part-time workers to participate in 401k plans. This provision is particularly important for women who tend to work part-time more frequently than men. Mr. Swazi contributed to this legislation that would direct Treasury to issue regulations addressing a glitch with respect to insurance-dedicated exchange-traded funds. Mr. Byers' legislation is included. That was important to the charitable community and would, among other things, index the inflation rate for annual IRA charitable distribution limits. The bill includes Representative Moore's legislation that would provide penalty-free withdrawals from retirement plans for individuals in case of domestic abuse. We've included Representative Evans' legislation directing the Labor Department to update its disclosure rules to allow better comparisons amongst investments to aid participant decision-making. And finally, we've included Representative Pasquale's legislation that would allow first-time responders to exclude service-related connected disability pension plans and payments from their gross income after they reach retirement age. That also touches upon Representative Higgins' ESOP Fairness Act. Mr. Brady noted earlier, and let me reinforce the exceptional work of the Ways and Means Committee staff members on this occasion. I have said many times before, we are blessed with amongst the brightest and smartest and hardest working staff members in Congress. Let me thank Maylon Rogers for her work, and Kara Getz, who's been integral to the development of not only this legislation, but the Secure Act and the Butch-Lewis Act as well, which both became law. The Secure Act was one of the most significant retirement opportunities, and this legislation will become law, I hope, in the near future. Let's not wait another decade to enact the important provisions of this legislation. This bill goes a long way in addressing this country's retirement crisis. And I want to point out something I said earlier. Half the people that get up and go to work every day in America are not in a qualified retirement plan. We need to continue to address that issue. This is important legislation. I know it will pass. I think the last time that this legislation came to the floor, all but 4 members of this chamber voted for that legislation. So with that, I want to thank Mr. Brady again for the good work of him and his staff, and I now yield my time to Chairman Scott and ask unanimous consent that he be permitted to control the remainder of time.
Without objection. So we are restarting the Education Committee and Labor portion of this debate. The gentleman from Virginia has 24 and a half minutes, and the gentleman from Georgia has 24 and a half minutes. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise to yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Virginia.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2954, the Securing a Strong Retirement Act of 2022, which incorporates the Bipartisan Retirement Improvement Savings Enhancement Act, or RISE Act, that the Committee on Education and Labor approved by voice vote last fall. And I want to thank the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, for his hard work in incorporating this legislation in the Secure 2.0. Our committee was able to reach a bipartisan agreement on the RISE Act, thanks in large part to the leadership of the chairman and the ranking member of our Health, Employment, and Labor Pension Subcommittee, the gentleman from California, Mr. DeSaulnier, and the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen. I want to recognize and thank them for their important contributions to this bill. American workers deserve a decent wage and the ability to retire with dignity and security. Unfortunately, far too many Americans are working later in their lives and still relying on the next paycheck to cover monthly expenses. This legislation makes meaningful improvements in our retirement system, helping Americans prepare for and achieve the secure retirement that they deserve. I'm particularly pleased that this bill incorporates several key priorities authored by Committee on Education and Labor members. For example, it includes legislation sponsored by the gentlelady from Oregon, the chair of the Subcommittee on Civil Rights and Human Resources, Ms. Bonamici, which creates an online retirement lost and found database at the Department of Labor to help workers locate their hard-earned retirement savings as they move from job to job. According to the Government Accountability Office, more than 25 million people who changed jobs between 2004 and 2014 left behind one or more retirement accounts. Establishing this kind of database at the Department of Labor is necessary and long overdue. The bill includes legislation sponsored by the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, which reduces barriers preventing part-time workers from participating in their employers' retirement savings plans. This simple change will benefit many part-time workers, particularly women. And it also includes legislation sponsored by the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mervan, requiring the Department of Labor to review and update guidance from the mid-1990s regarding pension risk transfers. Importantly, Madam Speaker, this bill offers an opportunity to send a message to workers and retirees across the country that their retirement security is a critical priority for every member of this House. So I urge my colleagues to support the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Georgia.
I rise today in support of H.R. 2954, which includes the text of the Education and Labor Committee's Bipartisan Retirement Improvement and Savings Enhancement RISE Act, H.R. 5891, a bill that I was proud to co-sponsor with the distinguished chairman of the Education and Labor Committee and Republican leader Fox. This bipartisan legislation is a much-needed push towards modernization that our country's retirement system needs. Our economy has evolved, and so have the ways Americans plan for retirement. Neither employers nor employee benefits plans fit into the same cookie-cutter policies they did when the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974 was first enacted. The RISE Act and the H.R. 2954 include reforms that will benefit America's workforce and job creators. Worker access to employer-sponsored retirement plans has improved over the last 3 decades, and participation has grown. Today, more workers are saving and saving more in employer-sponsored plans. However, there remains room for improvement, as too many Americans still lack access to these benefits. This legislation is a major step towards providing reasonable solutions to solve the problems hindering Americans from being able to save for a secure future. Building on the Secure Act of 2019, the RISE Act and H.R. 2954 expand multiple and pooled employer plans, giving charities, educational institutions, and nonprofit organizations the opportunity to offer affordable retirement plans. Expanding pooled employer plans gives small businesses access to more affordable plans by allowing them to band together, decreasing the cost and burdens associated with sponsoring a plan and providing more Americans with an opportunity to save. Allowing small businesses and nonprofits the opportunity to offer competitive retirement plans so they can attract workers is extremely important, as the labor shortage has hit them the hardest. Additionally, the RISE Act and H.R. 2954 will allow employers to offer small financial incentives to employees for participating in a retirement plan. This will help encourage employees to start preparing for retirement earlier in their careers, which is vital for employee contributions to earn years of compounding benefits for their retirement accounts. Finally, this bill expands access to retirement savings for part-time workers and who otherwise would be limited from participating in the employer plan. Removing barriers to saving ensures more Americans have a secure and self-sufficient retirement. Red tape and unnecessary barriers must not keep employees from building a strong retirement. The RISE Act and H.R. 2954 also ease the burden of administering retirement accounts by removing unnecessary disclosure requirements. The legislation directs the Department of Labor, Treasury, and the Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation to simplify reporting and disclosure regulations, streamline the collection of contributions to pooled employer plans, and update benchmarking guidelines to accommodate a broader selection of plan investments. Importantly, retirement professionals themselves are in support of the RISE Act. Organizations like the American Benefits Council, the Insured Retirement Institute, the American Retirement Association, and the Spark Institute are supportive of this legislation. Workers and plan sponsors alike can see that the RISE Act will make common sense reforms and improve the lives and futures of the American worker. The RISE Act offers creative and practical solutions to the problems in our retirement system. As legislators, we must take action to tackle issues that affect the daily lives of our constituents. And as a businessman, I know firsthand the issues that are affecting American workers that can be improved upon. This legislation will improve the retirement security for millions of Americans. I urge my colleagues to join in support, and I look forward to its passage in the House and for these reforms to be ultimately signed into law. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves his time. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to a distinguished member of the Committee on Education and Labor, the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank Chairman Scott for yielding me this time. Madam Chair, I rise in strong support of the Securing a Strong Retirement Act. Today, too many workers face difficulty saving for retirement, and even for those who have access to retirement plans, it can be difficult to grow and protect hard-earned savings. There are roughly 55 million Americans who lack access to a retirement savings plan at work, with many lacking any retirement savings at all. This is particularly true for women. Approximately 50% of women ages 55 to 66 have no personal retirement savings, compared to 44% of men, and only 22% of women have $100,000 or more in savings, compared to 30% of men. Women are also more likely than men to work in part-time jobs that don't qualify for a retirement plan, and are more likely than men to quit work, transfer jobs, or interrupt their careers to care for family members, resulting in lower retirement savings. This is why I'm proud to have my bill, the Improving Part-Time Workers' Access to Retirement Act, included in this important legislation. This provision will make it easier for long-term part-time workers to access retirement by shortening the amount of time they are required to work for their employer in order to participate in their 401k plan. This will have an important impact on the ability of women and low-wage workers to be able to save for retirement. As a member of the House Education and Labor Committee and a strong supporter of college affordability, I am also pleased that this legislation will allow borrowers the option to pay down their student loans while still receiving an employer match in their retirement plan. This common sense approach to retirement savings will help nearly 46 million Americans facing student loan debt become more financially stable while overcoming the barriers too many in our country face upon graduating, like advancing in their career, buying a home, or starting a family. Secure 2.0 will help workers save more longer, improve flexibility and protections for Americans' retirement accounts, and eliminate some of the barriers small businesses face in providing comprehensive retirement options to their employees. These are bipartisan, common sense provisions that will better serve workers and employers across our country. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this critical legislation. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves his time. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Walberg.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Florida. From Georgia. I rise in support of the Securing a Strong Retirement Act. As an entire generation moves closer to retirement, we must ensure our laws are up to date to help Americans achieve their retirement goals. Last Congress, we passed the Secure Act, which made significant improvements to our nation's retirement policies. Today, we're building upon that success to ensure Americans can live their golden years with dignity. I would like to highlight one provision of this bill, which incorporates a bipartisan policy I have long championed with my colleague, Representative Sablan. Our provision will reduce the administrative costs for employers sponsoring retirement plans for their employees. Often businesses will cite financial resources as a key reason for not offering retirement benefits. The Retirement Plan Modernization Act
would ease the administrative burdens on employers, especially small businesses, enabling more small businesses to offer retirement benefits and ensure employees are not needlessly paying higher fees. I would like to thank both the Education and Labor and Ways and Means Committee for including text from our bill, H.R. 2954. Madam Speaker, the Securing a Strong Retirement Act will enhance opportunities for Americans to save for retirement. I urge all members to support it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to a distinguished member of the Committee on Education and Labor, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mervan.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to Chairman Scott for allowing me the time. I rise today in support of H.R. 2954, the Securing a Strong Retirement Act. I am grateful for the bipartisan collaboration to produce this legislation that makes common sense improvements to our nation's retirement system. There are far too many challenges today that prevent workers from having access to secure retirement benefits and information to protect their hard-earned savings. I also appreciate the inclusion of the provisions of my legislation, the Pension Risk Transfer Accountability Act, which requires the Department of Labor to review existing rules on pension risk transfers. A promise made should be a promise kept for all workers and retirees. I encourage all my colleagues to support this legislation to further ensure that workers can retire with dignity, security, and peace of mind. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Virginia reserves his time. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to another good friend, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Georgia. I rise in support of the Securing a Strong Retirement Act. As part of the Education and Labor Committee, our goal is to provide employers and employees with opportunities to access a safe, effective, and productive workplace. We also work on policy that encourages people to save for retirement and provides opportunities for their families. This bill accomplishes both by improving employer-sponsored benefits to help workers make good decisions that will serve them well in the future. The bill increases access to retirement accounts, lowers the cost of administering programs for small businesses, and provides incentives for workers to voluntarily put money towards savings. It also requires the Department of Labor to review existing reporting and disclosure requirements, making them easier to comply with and understand. Updates the dollar threshold for automatic distributions by plans to participants, which was last updated in 1997. Streamlines the collection of contributions to pooled employer plans, and updates benchmarking guidelines to accommodate different investment products. The bill also adds tax incentives for small businesses that offer employee stock ownership plans, a great tool and benefit for employees to have a stake with their employer. The Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974 set a foundation for today's policies, but the measure needs to be updated to reflect the 21st century workforce. I urge my colleagues to support this important measure and look forward to this legislation becoming law. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia reserves his time. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to a distinguished member of the Committee on Ways and Means and chair of its Subcommittee on Trade, the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the chairman's courtesy in permitting me to speak on this issue and his leadership on an issue that concerns us all. We are facing a retirement crisis in this country. Too many people do not have adequate resources. The aging population is exploding, and we've seen financial uncertainty in the midst of the COVID crisis in particular. I am pleased that we're able to come together as a Congress on a bipartisan basis to advance this legislation. Recently, we watched people come together dealing with trade relations with Russia, ratcheting up sanctions, on a bipartisan basis, and this is another strong signal, I think. I also appreciate Chairman Neal for his leadership in spearheading the Secure 2.0, which takes the Oregon auto enrollment model to the federal level and provides new incentives to promote and expand employee stock ownership plans, ESOPs. I have long supported ESOPs as a successful model that provides a company's workers with retirement savings through their investment in their employee stock. I have been stunned at the stories I have heard about people who have what one would think unexceptional jobs, who through this mechanism have been able to retire with significant savings as a result. Now, by giving employees skin in the game, the ESOP structure produces employees that are more likely to set aside money for retirement. They can retire earlier and worry less about retirement income. And the companies that use this mechanism are fundamentally different. We've seen in times of economic strife, employee ESOP-owned companies are more generous with their employees. They are slower to lay people off. They bring them back. And in fact, they are more profitable. It is an encouraging mechanism that I think epitomizes the best of the American ingenuity and the creation of wealth. This is a structure that works, and one is being expanded by this legislation. And by allowing for a deferral of gain on a small amount of the proceeds of sales of employer stock to an ESOP, there will be even more companies incented to sell stock to ESOPs, promoting and expanding this innovative model. I am honored to support this legislation. I hope that we'll be able to promote greater awareness and understanding of this powerful model, and this is an important step forward. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves his time. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, it's now my privilege. I yield 5 minutes to the gentlelady from North Carolina, our great Republican leader, Mrs. Fox.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Georgia for yielding me time. H.R. 2954 includes the text of the RISE Act, a bill that I'm proud to lead with Chairman Scott of the Education and Labor Committee. This bill was born out of true bipartisan collaboration, and I'm pleased at the progress we've made with our colleagues across the aisle. Hardworking Americans deserve the opportunity to save for a secure future, yet too many workers aren't putting anything towards their retirement nest egg. By removing the red tape tying up job creators and providing incentives for workers to save more, this legislation will strengthen and modernize America's retirement system so our nation's workers, retirees, and employers are better served. It truly is a much-needed step in the right direction. Practical solutions like the RISE Act and H.R. 2954 are a win for job creators, workers, and our nation's economic future. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. And Madam Speaker, I rise to inquire if the distinguished chairman of the Education and Labor Committee would be willing to engage in a colloquy with me about the matter of furnishing paper ERISA disclosures to participants and beneficiaries. I yield to the chairman.
The gentleman from Virginia.
Madam Speaker, I'd be happy to enter into a colloquy with my colleague.
Reclaiming my time, I thank the chairman. Madam Speaker, the underlying bill includes an imperfect provision requiring retirement plans to provide a paper statement annually. The bill also directs the Department of Labor to revise its 2002 and 2020 safe harbor regulations to conform with this requirement. While I support the bill, I have serious concerns about this blunt provision, which would undermine DOL's 2002 and 2020 e-delivery safe harbor regulations. Participants and plans have been relying on the 2002 safe harbor for nearly 20 years. The Committee on Education and Labor has dedicated considerable time to this issue. I do not consider this a settled matter, and I'll continue to engage with my House and Senate colleagues to find a workable solution that simplifies and modernizes the disclosure requirements for retirement plans. I yield to the chairman of the committee.
Madam Speaker, I thank the ranking member for yielding to me and for her comments. It is my understanding that our staffs will continue their efforts along with their Senate counterparts to try to find a path forward on this issue that balances the interests of plan sponsors and the retirement plan participants. I yield back to the ranking member.
Madam Speaker, reclaiming my time, I thank the chairman for his willingness to continue working on this issue together. Again, I urge a yes vote on the bill, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman wishes to reserve. The gentleman's time is reserved from Georgia. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the chair of the Subcommittee on Civil Rights of the Ed and Labor Committee, the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to Chairman Scott for yielding and for your leadership on this and so many important issues in the Education and Labor Committee. I rise in strong support of the Securing a Strong Retirement Act of 2022, or Secure Act 2.0, which makes important and bipartisan improvements that will improve enrollment in and access to retirement savings plans. As employers have shifted from pension plans to retirement plans, such as 401ks, workers have increasingly become responsible for tracking, managing, and consolidating their retirement accounts when they change jobs. There is no standard way for workers to consolidate their accounts, and many workers actually lose track of their hard-earned investments. According to a Government Accountability Office report, about 25 million people changed jobs between 2004 and 2014 and left one or more retirement accounts behind. This problem is only expected to grow as young workers transition between jobs at greater rates than previous generations. The Secure Act 2.0 includes provisions from my Retirement Savings Lost and Found Act, which will help address the challenge of tracking retirement savings. My bill creates a national lost and found registry for retirement accounts housed at the Department of Labor. The Lost and Found Registry will provide workers with a centralized way to track their retirement accounts, and also it will help workers claim their hard-earned retirement funds regardless of how often they transition from job to job. I strongly support the common sense improvements in the Secure Act 2.0, including the creation of a retirement savings lost and found registry, which will help working families retire with dignity. I urge all of my colleagues to vote in favor of passage of this important legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, could I inquire if the gentleman from Virginia is ready to close?
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The goal of every American is to retire with security and dignity. The RISE Act and H.R. 2954 will help workers do just that. This bill will expand the availability of private retirement programs to more Americans. Neither small businesses nor nonprofits and educational institutions should be prohibited from accessing the benefits offered to larger retirement plans. Building on the success of the Secure Act of 2019, this legislation cuts red tape, streamlines reporting and disclosure requirements, and provides American workers more opportunities to begin saving for a secure retirement. I thank the chairman and our Republican leader for their commitment to bipartisanship and for defending the committee's important jurisdiction over retirement issues in this bill. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 2954, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Georgia yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Madam Speaker, as my colleagues have said, the bill makes meaningful and sensible improvements to America's retirement system. They'll help workers, retirees, and employers. I want to again congratulate my Education and Labor Committee colleagues who have authored provisions in this bill. And I want to recognize and thank the ranking member of the Committee on Education and Labor, Dr. Fox, and her staff for their partnership and work on this important bill with my staff, which includes Kevin McDermott, Richard Miller, Daniel Foster, and Eli Hovland, who have worked hard on this bill from start to finish. Madam Speaker, I urge all members to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2954 as amended? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized. For what purpose?
Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House, Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. Proceedings will resume on the questions previously postponed. The votes will be taken in the following order. The motions to suspend the rules and pass the following bills: H.R. 6865, H.R. 2954, S. 2629, H.R. 3395, and H.R. 4738. The chair would like to make a correction. H.R. 3359 and H.R. 4738. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the remaining electronic votes will be conducted as a 5-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a vote on the motion of the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. DeFazio, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6865 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are recorded. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 6865, a bill to authorize appropriations for the Coast Guard and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Jamal Bowman, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 6865.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Dr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Dr. Gosar will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yes on H.R. 6865.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts and Mr. Swazi of New York, I inform the House that those members will vote yes on H.R. 6865.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts and Ms. DeGette of Colorado, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 6865.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Congresswoman Wilson, and Congressman Rush, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 6865.
What purpose is this gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote yea on H.R. 6865. Thank you.
Texas. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, pursuant to the House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Taylor will vote no on the passage of 6865.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Texas rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Al Green from Texas, I inform the House.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for what purpose?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ of Florida, Mr. Lawson of Florida, and Ms. Roybal Allard of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 6865.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
As member designated by Representative Maria Salazar of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yes on H.R. 6865.
For what purpose is the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote yes on H.R. 6865.
For what purpose is the gentleman from California rise?
As the member designated by Representatives Harder and Sanchez, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 6865.
What purpose is the gentleman from Texas rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Representative Madison Cawthorn and Representative Dr. Ronnie Jackson, I'd like to inform the House that both members will be voting yea on H.R. 6865. Thank you.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Evans of Pennsylvania's 3rd District and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on H.R. 6865, the Don Young Coast Guard Authorization Act, as amended.
For what purpose is the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on H.R. 6865. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Valadeo of California, I inform the House that Mr. Valadeo will vote yea on H.R. 6865.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Lukemeyer will vote yea on H.R. 6865.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on H.R. 6865.
On this vote, the yeas are 378 and the nays are 46. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2954 as amended, on which the yeas and nays were recorded. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2954, a bill to increase retirement savings, simplify and clarify retirement plan rules, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a five-minute vote. This is the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts and Ms. DeGette of Colorado, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 2954.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on H.R. 2954. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Valadeo of California, I inform the House that Mr. Valadeo will vote yea on H.R. 2954.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Jamal Bowman, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 2954.
Does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on H.R. 2954.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I inform the House that Mr. Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania's 3rd District, pursuant to Resolution 8, will vote yea on H.R. 2954.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Dr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Dr. Gosar will vote aye on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that member Cahaly will vote yea on H.R. 2954.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House Mr. Taylor will vote yes, on H.R. 2954.
Purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote yes on H.R. 2954.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. As a member designated by Dr. Ronnie Jackson, and Mr. Madison Cawthorn, I'd like to inform the House that both members will be voting yea on H.R. 2954. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representatives Harder and Sanchez, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 2954.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote yea on H.R. 2954. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ of Florida and Mr. Lawson of Florida and Ms. Roybal Allard of California, I inform the House that all 3 members will vote yea on H.R. 2954.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on H.R. 2954.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Congressman Rush, and Congresswoman Wilson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 2954.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Swazi of New York, I inform the House Mr. Swazi will vote yes on H.R. 2954.
There are 30 seconds remaining in this vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Lukemeyer will be voting yea on H.R. 2954.
On this vote, the yeas are 414 and the nays are 5. 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, to suspend the rules and pass S 2629, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 2629, an act to establish cybercrime reporting mechanisms and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their vote by electronic devices. A 5-minute vote. Purposes, the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado and Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2629.
What purposes, the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on S 2629. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Valadeo of California, I inform the House that Mr. Valadeo will vote yea on S 2629.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Swazi, I inform the House Mr. Swazi will vote yes on S 2629.
Tennessee. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote yea on S 2629. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania's 3rd District and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on Senate S 2629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Dr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Dr. Gosar will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yea on 2629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Taylor will vote yes on 2629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote yes on S 2629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on S 2629.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Jamal Bowman, I inform the House that he will vote yes on S 2629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Salazar from Florida, I inform the House that Mrs. Salazar will vote yea on S 2629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As members designated by Dr. Ronnie Jackson and Mr. Matt Cawthorn, I'd like to inform the House that both members will be voting yea on S 2629. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representatives Harder and Sanchez, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on S 2629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Lukemeyer will be voting yes on S 2629.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Representatives Rush and Representatives Wilson, I inform the House these members will vote yea on S 2629.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ of Florida, Mr. Lawson of Florida, and Ms. Roybal Allard of California, I inform the House that all three members will vote yea on S 2629.
On this vote, the yeas are 377, the nays are 48, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3359 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 207, H.R. 3359, a bill to provide for a system for reviewing the case files of cold case murders at the instance of certain persons and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts and Ms. Daggett of Colorado, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 3359.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on H.R. 3359. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Valadeo of California, I inform the House that Mr. Valadeo will vote yea on H.R. 3359.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania's 3rd District and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on H.R. 3359, the Homicide Victims Family Rights Act.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Dr. Ronnie Jackson and Mr. Madison Cawthorn, I'd like to inform the House that both members will be voting yea on H.R. 3359. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Swazi, Madam Speaker, I inform the House that this member will vote yes on S.R. 3359.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote yea on H.R. 3359. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yea on H.R. 3359.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Dr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Dr. Gosar will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote yes on H.R. 3359.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote yea on 3359.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representatives Harder and Sanchez, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 3359.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on H.R. 3359.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Jamal Bowman, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 3359.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Lawson of Florida and Ms. Roybal Allard of California, I inform the House that all 3 members will vote yea on H.R. 3359.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri, I inform the House that Mr. Lukemeyer will be voting yes on H.R. 3359.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Representatives Rush and Wilson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 3359.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on H.R. 3359.
On this vote, the yeas are 406, the nays are 20, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4738 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 4738, a bill to direct the American Folklife Center at the Library of Congress to establish a history project to collect video and audio recordings of personal histories and testimonials, written materials, and photographs of those who were affected by COVID-19 and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Valadeo of California, I inform the House that Mr. Valadeo will vote yea on H.R. 4738. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Joyce of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Joyce will vote yea on H.R. 4738.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts and Mr. Gett of Colorado, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 4738.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Bilirakis will vote yea on H.R. 4738. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Swazi, I inform the House Mr. Swazi will vote yes on H.R. 4738.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated for Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Taylor will vote no on 4738.
Purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Dwight Evans of Pennsylvania's 3rd District and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Evans will vote yea on H.R. 4738, the COVID-19 American History Project Act, as amended.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Dr. Ronnie Jackson and Mr. Madden Cawthorn, I'd like to inform the House that actually, Dr. Jackson will be voting yea and Madison Cawthorn will be voting nay on House Resolution 4738. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Jamal Bowman, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 4738.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Dr. Gosar of Arizona, I inform the House that Dr. Gosar will vote nay on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representatives Harder and Sanchez, I inform the House that these members will vote aye on H.R. 4738.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on H.R. 4738.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Cahaly, I inform the House that Mr. Cahaly will vote yea on H.R. 4738.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yea on H.R. 4738.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Representatives Rush and Wilson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 4738.
The gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kristen Lawson of Florida and Ms. Roybal Allard of California, I inform the House that all three members will vote yea on H.R. 4738.
Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lukemeyer of Missouri, I inform the House that Ranking Member Lukemeyer will be voting yea on H.R. 4738.
Does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote yes on H.R. 4738.
Vote. The yeas are 370. The yeas are 376. The nays are 47. 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to be removed as a co-sponsor of H.R. 7010.
Without objection. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, today marks the first annual Ohio Tuskegee Airmen Day celebration at the National Veterans Memorial and Museum in my district. March 1946, Tuskegee Airmen began to arrive at Lockbourne Army Airfield, today known as Rickenbacker Air National Guard in Columbus. The airmen were under the leadership of Colonel Benjamin O. Davis, the first black officer to command an Air Force base in the continental United States. Their achievements during the war paved the way for full integration of the U.S. military as pilots, navigators, and as bombardiers. These brave, distinguished black men received Purple Hearts and Silver and Bronze Stars, fighting for our country and for us during a time they were denied the access to the right to vote, housing in certain neighborhoods, and separate but not equal educational opportunities. Please join me in recognizing these heroic black men. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to highlight a bill I recently introduced with my good friend Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina. The Employee Rights Act of 2022 updates our labor policies to protect and empower the modern worker. Democrats continue to push their out-of-touch big labor wish list in the PRO Act, which tilts the scale towards non-elected union leaders, tramples employee rights, and preempts state right-to-work laws. Meanwhile, Republicans are focused on the worker of today and the future. The Employee Rights Act guarantees that workers will have secret ballot union elections, ensures control over the disclosure of their personal information, keeps members' dues from being used for political purposes without their permission, and gives employees more flexibility to withdraw from a union if a majority of the employees agree. This bill also codifies the common law definition of employee to protect gig economy workers and other independent contractors, and once and for all clarifies the definition of joint employer so that franchisors, entrepreneurs, and anyone seeking flexible work options are not hamstrung into running their own businesses. As a businessman, I've experienced firsthand the consequences of big government overregulation.
The gentleman's time has expired.
And I'm thankful for the support of dozens of pro-worker and pro-business groups to support the Employee Rights Act of 2022, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute. Unanimous consent.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the House is not in order.
The gentlewoman is correct. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise to applaud two legislative initiatives that passed this week. One in particular was the COVID-19 American History Project Act. With over almost 1 million Americans who died from COVID-19, the historic stories, the stories of tragedy and joy, the many hardworking medical professionals, those in my particular congressional district, including Dr. Peter Hortez, who discovered an unbelievable vaccine that is now being used in developing nations, Dr. Joseph Verone, Dr. Joe Gath, and many, many others, hospitals far and wide, nurses and medical professionals who had to take care of people who were lying in hospital hallways, families who lost 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. We must tell the COVID-19 story. It is an American story. We must tell of the heroes. We must tell of those we've lost. We must say thank you. But one thing we must do, as the chair of the COVID-19 Bipartisan Task Force, we must never repeat this again. We must be prepared, and we should be ready to save lives. There's nothing wrong with testing and vaccinating. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the life of a valued member of the Savannah community, Jerry Marshall Gill. Jerry was born in Bogalusa, Louisiana in 1931. He and his family moved to Savannah when he was the young age of 5. Once in Savannah, Jerry attended Commercial High School, where he stood out immediately as a gifted basketball player. From Commercial High, Jerry proceeded to Armstrong Junior College before answering the call to join the United States Marine Corps. Jerry was called to active duty in 1950 and served in the Korean War. Back home, he was a volunteer for the Georgia Affiliates Federal Credit Unions for over 42 years, where he received Volunteer of the Year, Lifetime Achievement Award, and Credit Union House Hall of Leaders Award, which is displayed here in D.C. in the D.C. Credit Union House. After retirement, Jerry worked with the Georgia Affiliates Credit Union for another 12 years. Jerry's life of service was further demonstrated in his commitment to his fellow veterans. He volunteered with USO and was a member of the Veterans Council League for many years. We will all dearly miss Jerry, his wisdom, and his service. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to praise a sensational basketball team from my district. St. Peter's University is a small, exceptional school in Jersey City, New Jersey. This year, Coach Shaheen Holloway's Peacocks became the first 15th seed to reach the Elite Eight of the men's NCAA basketball tournament. In the first round, the Peacocks shocked the world when they upset Kentucky, the number 2 seed and college basketball powerhouse. They did it again when they beat Murray State and Purdue to get to the Elite Eight. I was honored to watch them the comeback victory over Purdue in the Sweet 16. And I did it as a congressman and a proud parent of 2 St. Peter's graduates, Donald III and Jack. St. Peter's will be remembered as one of the most successful teams in NCAA history, and I am extremely proud to have it in my district. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, once again, the President of the United States made a terrible foreign policy blunder when he embarrassingly said that Vladimir Putin cannot remain in power. Almost immediately, the White House communications team did everything they could to save face and walk back the President's remarks. Thankfully, the Secretary of State issued a statement clarifying the president's comments, saying that the U.S. has no strategy of regime change in Russia. Unfortunately, it was too little too late, as Moscow was quick to seize on the president's gaffe to embolden Putin's undeniably false message that Russia is the one under attack. Mistakes like these directly undermine Ukrainian efforts to protect their sovereignty and stall momentum for peace. President Biden's actions have been misguided from the onset of this war. He failed to deter Russia, and he is late to give Ukraine the military assistance it so badly needed. The world expects clear and resolute leadership from the Oval Office. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like there's a chance of that anytime soon. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in honor of Ohio Tuskegee Airman Day. Most know the Tuskegee Airmen as the first black pilots in the military who overcame the headwinds of segregation, racism, to achieve unparalleled success during World War II, flying nearly 1,600 missions and destroying over 260 enemy aircraft. What you may not know is that their success continued after the war, both militarily and culturally in Lockbourne, Ohio. In 1946, the Tuskegee Airmen arrived at the Lockbourne Army Air Force Base, where they operated the first and only all-black Army Air Force base under the command of Colonel Benjamin O. Davis, Jr. Segregation continued to hinder their opportunities off base, but Lockbourne overcame and was lauded as the best managed base in the Air Force. Their work led President Truman to issue an executive order in 1948 that desegregated the military and mandated equal opportunity and treatment. I am proud to represent the area of such historical significance and to honor the legacy of the Tuskegee Airmen. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise to hope for peace in the Ukraine. Estimates vary, but perhaps over 20,000 people have died in this war already. Recently, both President Biden and Senator Graham have weighed in on what they feel should happen to Vladimir Putin. Obviously, their language could delay the end of the war and heighten tensions at the peace talks. Have they cleared these comments with the Ukrainian people, who loses more people every day the war goes on? Both President Biden and Senator Graham got press from these remarks, and some politicians just care about that. I encourage all senators and the President of the United States to remember that they are in the big leagues now, and their careless remarks to get a little bit more press can cost Ukrainians and Russians lives.
Spack. Lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, following consultation with the Office of Attending Physician, I write to provide you further notification that the public health emergency due to the novel coronavirus, SARS-CoV-2, remains in effect. Signed sincerely, William J. Walker, Sergeant at Arms.
The Chair announces the extension pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 8 and effective March 31st, 2022 of the covered period designated on January 4th, 2021. Okay, under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that each member have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I yield 90 seconds to the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. French Hill.
I thank my friend from Louisiana. Madam Speaker, I rise today to join my colleagues on this House floor and remember our good friend, the dedicated Dean of the House, Congressman Don Young from the great state of Alaska. Don had a fire in him. He exuded joy in everything he did. and when he walked into a room, you knew he was there. Don was passionate in his desire to serve the people of Alaska, and for almost 50 years, he did just that. Don loved this House and chaired two of our key committees, Natural Resources and Transportation. As a freshman, yes, I, like so many new members, sat mistakenly in his seat. The big bear growled me away. Once during a vote series, I voted no on a Don Young bill building roads in Alaska and walked out of the chamber. 3 minutes later, the whip team is texting me. Representative Ann Wagner is texting me. Don Young is screaming your name on the House floor. He wants to know why you voted no. I went to dinner. The next morning, I found him and asked if he still needed me. He asked why I was a no. I told him, and he smiled with that great big smile and asked if I could vote for his Alaskan fishing bill the next week. I said, yes, you bet, Mr. Chairman, you bet. I'd like to extend my condolences to Ann, his children, and all who loved him. Don was a great man who will not be forgotten. May his life of service be an example to us all. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I thank my friend from Louisiana, and I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Jared Huffman.
There's so much I'd like to say about my friend Don Young, and some of you are probably wondering, how could Don Young, the crusty old conservative from Alaska, be friends with a liberal Democrat from California like Jared Huffman, an environmental radical? Well, it wasn't because we agreed on Arctic drilling. It wasn't because we agreed on the Endangered Species Act or so many other things. We fought about those things. In fact, I'll always remember our colleague Mike Levin's first Natural Resource Committee hearing. Don Young was shaking his fist at me, saying that he wanted to go out in the hall to settle our differences, and Mike couldn't believe it. And I told him that was nothing. That was tame by Don Young standards. You should have seen him last year. Don didn't actually wink when he did these things, but he didn't need to, because we both knew that the next time I saw him, we'd be laughing about it, having a glass of Chardonnay. But believe it or not, we did find some things to work on. We had a mutual love of fishing and salmon. We found lots of legislation to do together on those subjects. We both represent a lot of Indian country. We found common cause there. We worked together on national and international wildlife conservation. Now, he wanted to conserve wildlife so he could kill it. I wanted to conserve it so I could admire it generally. But we found common cause, and we did a lot of good work together. I will always remember that when I met with Don in his office, I would be sure to bring a bottle of Chardonnay from my district, because it was Ann's favorite, and because in the odd years when Don was actually drinking, he liked it too. I'm so glad that in addition to getting to serve for almost 10 years with this legend of the House, I got to have a lot of fun with him. I got to play paddleball in the gym. I got to travel with him and Ann to Europe. I got to go fishing. In fact, I went to his fishing tournament in Alaska last year. I was the only Democrat there, and my reward was Don put me on his boat with Karl Rove, and I spent about 9 hours on the water with Don Young and Karl Rove. That's an experience I will never forget. And it, too, was an awful lot of fun, just like everything with Don Young. So with Don Young gone, I have no doubt there are going to be plenty of other people around here that I'll find things to fight about with. It's the other part that I'll miss. I think the institution will miss. I yield back.
I thank my friend from California. Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Brabham.
I want to thank my friend and neighbor across the Sabine River for having this special honor honoring Representative Young. We're here to honor the Dean of our House, Congressman Don Young. For nearly half a century, Don devoted his life to serving the people of Alaska and our nation, starting his long career in Congress just 4 years after we landed an astronaut on the surface of the moon. A staggering thought. North to the future is the motto of our 49th state. It's meant to represent Alaska as the land of promise. Throughout 10 different administrations, multiple wars and conflicts, national tragedies, the invention of the World Wide Web, September the 11th, and much more, Don never stopped trying to spread the motto of his home state to the rest of our nation. Because he saw America as a land of promise. He understood the need to learn from our successes and our failures, adapt and push forward boldly. And bold he was. I will miss his fiery personality, his fearlessness, and unique ability to get bills expedited if he concluded that they were taking too long. I share Don's fierce love for Alaska and the great outdoors, and I routinely visited his great state to hunt and fish over many years. If you've seen Alaska's breathtaking terrain and wildlife, you will never wonder why Don adored that state so much. He stood by his state through the thick and the thin. It was an honor to walk with him in these sacred halls, to serve alongside of him at the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, to hear the wisdom that he gleaned throughout his many years in Congress, and to call him my friend. God threw away the mold after he created Don Young. History will remember him fondly, as it very well should. Ann and his children are in my prayers, and so I would wish to thank you, and I would yield back.
Thank the gentleman from Texas. Yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota that serves on both the House Natural Resources Committee and the House Transportation Committee with Congressman Young. Congressman Stauber.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the Dean of the House and my friend, Congressman Don Young. The great state of Alaska and the 8th Congressional District of Minnesota, which I have the honor of representing here in Congress, have many shared similarities and qualities. These are the values that Don and I shared to fight for our way of life, to promote the responsible use of our abundant natural resources, and to provide for our children and grandchildren infrastructure built to last. This made working alongside the Dean such a pleasure and an honor. We served together on the Natural Resources and Transportation Committees, and I will never forget the countless times he helped me out through the kindness of his heart. Since first being elected to office in 1973, Don picked up a range of helpful tips, funny stories, and congressional experience that he was never shy about sharing. His wife, Ann, along with the rest of his family, are in my prayers. Don's legacy of service will never be forgotten, and he will always be remembered as a titan for the people of Alaska and our great nation. May he rest in peace, and I yield back.
Speaker, yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa.
I thank my colleague from Louisiana for leading this tonight. I really appreciate it. You know, there's so much could be said about that. I think just the really personal things with Don Young, what I'd like to reflect on here, around this place, you know. When I first got here almost 10 years ago, we had a kind of a common kinship in that we're both actually from Northern California. He was born in the town near Meridian, California, not far from Yuba City, which is in my backyard too. Part of a rice farming outfit there. I knew his brother Doug from Woodland, part of Republican politics there. Both these guys are obviously characters. So for Don, though, you could tell he was just a pillar just being around him. He's got, of course, his portraits on the wall in the committee room and such on his work on transportation. But it's the small things that really make a difference. His warmth, him and his wife, Ann. For me and my staff that would be around him at various events going on around the district. One time, we talk a lot about that chair over there, right? And so I sat in the chair, not because I didn't know, because I did know. And I wanted to see what would happen, okay? So I'm sitting there, and he walks in. I got this thumb on my ear here. He grabbed it and said, "Okay, I guess it's time for me to go." "Sir, I'm just warming the chair up because you're from Alaska. You need the chair warm for you." He bought that, so, but I got right out of there too. Now, just recently, I think it was last Wednesday, you know, he was in a wheelchair for recently due to issues and such, and so we were heading to the elevator over here, and most of the time you might, yield to that and let somebody with that issue going on have the elevator themselves. Not this group. Me and about 4 other guys, we all piled in there with him because we all wanted to be with Don Young, even just for a short elevator ride, and see what he was going to say and what kind of things were going to go on. So that's the man that we all love and are going to miss terribly. And to his sweet wife, Ann, God bless you. It's just been a pleasure knowing and being with you here. I'll yield back. Thank you.
Yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boston.
I thank the gentleman from Louisiana for yielding. You know, a lot of people are saying a lot of things here about Don tonight as we're talking about his life and his service. Now let's put it in perspective. Many of the people in this house, whenever he first came in, many weren't even born. In my case, I was in 7th grade, never knowing that I would meet somebody like Don Young. When I first came into this great assembly, there was a gruff, noisy person that sat back in that chair that we've talked about all along, yelling about this and talking about that. And I just wondered who he was. And after serving with him on the Transportation Infrastructure Committee, getting to know him, I realized that that gruff and that noise, let me explain something to you, has a heart that was bigger than the noise ever could be. The kindness that he didn't want to show when you were around him for just a little bit, you understood. But also, what is so great is the amount of us that were able to tap into his knowledge of the institution, of the things he's seen. 10 presidents, 9 speakers. Someone said over 2,000 members that have come through that have served with Don Young. Anytime someone has been in a position that long, the knowledge that they gain and the way that they can deliver for their district is amazing. You know, this last week, when we found out Don passed, unfortunately, in the world of social media, you put things out and you put it out as positive as possible. But there was one person that responded and said, when I said he was there 50 years, and the statement, well, that's why we should have term limits. Really? Don Young had term limits every 2 years. He went back to the people of Alaska. And the people of Alaska spoke every 2 years. Why did they do that? They did that because they had a great representative that knew and understand and loved the state that he represented. Now think about this. He sat in this house when he could have moved on to the Senate. It was the same run. He could have been governor. But he chose to stay in this house because he believed in this house and the job he was doing for the people of Alaska. He served them well. I was blessed by the fact that I got to go and participate in the fundraiser that his first wife was put together, and that's a fishing tournament that allows for that money to be put and given to the native children of Alaska that are in need. After that, he married Ann. And to Ann and the family, his first love was his family. And we thank them for giving him to us. Not only the ones that serve here today, but the ones that have served over the past 50 years. And to this nation that will be forever grateful for a man who stood up, told the truth, and used this institution to make this nation better. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Madam Speaker, yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise this evening with a heavy but grateful heart. Heavy with the grief that comes from losing a friend, but very grateful for having such a friend and colleague as Don Young. Congressman Don Young was truly an iconic figure in the history of the United States House of Representatives. Serving the great state of Alaska for 3/4 of its existence as a state, Don was determined to do all that he could for the people he both served and loved. One of my favorite memories of Don was at the beginning of my second term in our organizational meeting, and he was in disagreement with our speaker. And he said, "You may be the speaker, but I'm Don Young. This House will not be the same. There may be members who will sit in his chair, but there will be never be another that can take his place. There was and is only one Don Young." My colleagues and I extend our deepest sympathy to his family and his wife, Ann. We will all miss him. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomer.
And I thank my friend from Louisiana. Don Young of Alaska was a fixture in this House. He was the kind of fixture that didn't just look pretty, because that wasn't his thing. He added immeasurably to everything else here. Now, he and I have been on natural resources for years together, ever since I've been here. And since I ticked off Republican leaders over the years, was not going to end up being a chairman, I got to sit by him for years. That's been a real pleasure. He's a practical man and understands the contribution that he was making. And it was truly a massive contribution to this country, to Alaska, to the people of America. And you never had to wonder where he stood, and I love that about him. He didn't pull punches. He told you what he thought, and he didn't require a lot of words to do that. His laugh was contagious, but so was his love for America. He dedicated his life to making this a better place for all of us. He loved Alaska. He loved the Alaskan people. And if someone tried to tell him that, gee, the tribal folks in Alaska would be better off if you never drilled, he wouldn't have any of it. He would get upset at that point, tell them they didn't know what he'd lived with those people. He had been there. He knew. Don Young, was a survivor. And though we bid farewell to his remains today, his spirit will survive as long as there's a Capitol. I'll yield back.
Yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
I thank my colleague, Madam Speaker. Don Young was my friend. Years ago, before I entered Congress to serve my country at this level, as a police officer, I was called upon to address the annual gathering of the Alaskan State Troopers. And I'll always remember, as our plane entered Alaska, the mountains rose from the earth, and I had never witnessed such magnificent splendor of the Lord's creation. It was awe-inspiring, frightening even. A couple of years later, I met Don Young, and I understood more, both about Alaska and creation, and by extension, I understood more about all children of God. Don Young, his spirit, his voice echoed through this chamber, and every day that I sat next to him for over 5 years, I recalled the scripture that came to my mind when I felt and saw those magnificent mountains arising from the earth. I recalled what Scripture advises in Micah. It said, "Hear ye now what the Lord saith, arise, contend thou before the mountains, and let the hills hear thy voice." This chamber has echoed the voice of Don Young for 5 decades, and now he's gone to his reward. And may I say to you, Don, You are the mountain of Alaska. You have been a dear and honored friend. You will be missed, loved, respected, and your memory shall always be honored. I am a better man having known you. I thank my colleague, the gentleman from Louisiana, for leading this special order. Madam Speaker, I yield.
Thank my friend from Louisiana for his heartfelt message. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Baird.
Thank you. I appreciate the gentleman from Louisiana allowing me to have this time. Madam Speaker, today I rise to pay tribute to my good friend, Representative Don Young. The House of Representatives has been home to many unique individuals throughout its history, perhaps none more memorable than my colleague and friend, Representative Don Young. His office walls are adorned with various mounted animals and a 10-foot grizzly pelt, a homage to his favorite place, Alaska. For 49 years, Representative Young dutifully served his beloved Alaska, fiercely advocating for his home and the constituents he proudly served. When I first came to Congress, Don was among the first to welcome me and show me the ropes. This chamber is far quieter without his boisterous laugh. It's dimmer without his smiling face. We will miss this unforgettable giant, and I will miss my friend. I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. Damn it, I'm going to miss my friend Don Young. My other close friend, Representative Higgins, and I, we sat next to him pretty much every single day for nearly the last 6 years. And I could tell everybody that for every story that you've heard about bears and bear traps and snowshoeing and dog sledding and Iditarods and eagles and hunting and everything else that you heard about him, there's a dozen stories that you have not heard but you wish you heard. They were that good. He was resilient. He was a mountain of a man, as you've heard from everybody. He was a fearless friend, and the only thing that he loved more than his country and his state of Alaska was his family and his wife, Ann. And that all encompassed just one of the most incredible men I've ever had the honor of knowing. So to my friend Don Young, we're going to miss you, and may you rest in peace, my friend. I yield back.
Thank my friend from Florida. Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas, the ranking member of the House Natural Resources Committee, Mr. Westerman.
Thank the gentleman for yielding, and it's my honor to stand in this chamber tonight and to pay tribute to one of the longest serving and I think one of the most effective members to ever stand in this chamber. Don Young was not just the longest serving member. He was also a mentor and a friend, and he's someone who will be dearly missed. Outside of Don's service as a legislator, just sitting and talking with him and hearing the stories of his life. He told me one time about running a 100-mile trap line in the remote part of Alaska, and it was like I was speaking to some character out of a novel or out of an Outdoor Life magazine article. And he seemed to have done everything. And it's the stories that I think we're going to remember from Don. He passed very great legislation that has to do with everything from fisheries to the Trans-Alaska Pipeline. He was behind that. But everybody who knew Don will remember the stories. And we asked some of Don's former staff members if they could share stories, and I've got many pages of it, too many to read, just treasures here. But I want to share one story from David Whaley, who was a staff member for Don, and he says, one of my favorite Don Young stories is about the original Magnuson-Stevens Act, then known as the Fisheries Conservation and Management Act, or FCMA. The legislation extended U.S. jurisdiction over fisheries out to 200 miles. Many people have heard the story about the House passing the bill first and doing all the heavy lifting, and then the senators getting all the credit. But not many people know that both the State Department and the Department of Defense were opposed to extending our jurisdiction out to 200 miles. In the old days, if the president was flying to a member's district, the member would often be offered a ride on Air Force One back to the district. After both the House and the Senate had passed the FCMA, President Ford was flying somewhere that required a refueling stop in Anchorage, so Congressman Young was offered a ride. As it happened, the Secretary of State was also on board. After they took off, the president asked Congressman Young into his office on the plane and had the congressman debate the merits of the legislation with the Secretary of State. Congressman Young then got off the plane in Anchorage, not knowing what the president was going to do. As we all know, the president signed the bill, and that is the story of how Don Young outdebated Henry Kissinger. What a remarkable career, what a remarkable man. I got the privilege on my first trip to Alaska with Don to be on a fishing boat with him for the day. And the only thing I regret is that we didn't have a video camera recording all the stories. Those are things that I will cherish about Don. But I want to share a personal story that Don shared with me out here on the House floor. A former member from Arkansas named Jay Dickey, who Don thought the world of, was always telling people about his friend Jesus. And after Jay died, Don just caught me on the floor and said, I want you to know something. He said, your predecessor told me about his friend Jesus. And he said, and I put my trust in him, and someday I'm going to go see him. And I thought about the scripture in Romans that says that if you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. That wasn't the conversation I was expecting to have with Don Young that day, but I'm glad he had that conversation because I know someday I'm going to see Don again. And that's the way Don was. He told stories that gave encouragement. He told stories that were reassuring, and that was probably the most reassuring story that Don ever shared with me. We're going to miss him, but we can learn from his example. Again, thank the gentleman from Louisiana for hosting this special order, and I yield back.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, it's an honor to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished Majority Leader of the House, Mr. Hoyer.
I thank my friend, the gentleman from Louisiana, Garrett Graves, for yielding. I thank him for taking this special order for a special person. Now, I must say I'm not going to have any funny stories about Don, although funny stories there are. Nor can I say that I ever fished with Don, because I didn't. Nor did I ever hunt with Don. I didn't. But I served 41 years with Don Young. And I got to know him very well. As a friend, as a member of this House, as a fellow American, and yes, incidentally, as a Republican and a Democrat. Because neither Don nor I proceeded in our relationship on the basis of our party affiliation, but on the basis of common ideals, common objectives, and common love for this country. I am honored to join my colleagues in paying tribute to my friend Don Young, who represented the state of Alaska in this House for 49 years. Don was one of three people who are senior to me in this House. There are two Republicans, Mr. Smith and Mr. Rogers. who I think both have the same seniority, so maybe they're co-deans of the House. But I'm the senior Democrat in the House, and therefore had a long time to work with, to know, and to grow in respect for a crusty curmudgeon who could be as tough as nails, but could also be as nice as you would hope for a fellow colleague to be. As a matter of fact, I was here working as well, I wasn't an intern because I was getting paid, and I was at Georgetown Law School working when Alaska became a state. And the irony is, when Alaska and Hawaii became states, and they became states together, that the theory was that Alaska would be a Democratic state and Hawaii would be a Republican state. I use that analogy because who knows what we're going to be in 10 years from now or 20 years from now, and so making decisions on a partisan basis probably is not what we ought to be doing. But Don loved Alaska, and as the junior senator from Alaska said today at the memorial service held for Don, and he lay in state, an honor few Americans get, less than 50 Americans. Don Young got that honor. Many, of course, have commented on the sudden and unexpected nature of his passing. Surely, however, death had to take him by surprise, because if he had seen death coming, death would not have stood a chance. Don Young was ferocious. He was ferocious for his constituents, for whom he felt a sacred responsibility and delivered so much over his 25-year terms in Alaska. He said, "I'll defend my state to the dying breath." And that he did. When he was taken from us, Don was on his way home from legislative session, headed back to meet with his constituents and make sure they knew how he was fighting for them in Washington. Don was ferocious, but he also was gentle. Those who got to know him saw that behind that often prickly facade was a tender and warm-hearted man who cared about his country and cared about his colleagues, and cared most of all about his family. The love he felt for his family, for his constituents, and for the institution was as enormous as the state he represented. I particularly was close to Don and fond of Don because he loved this institution. I love this institution. It's one of the unique institutions of the world where the only way you can get here is your neighbors choose you. Nobody can appoint you. No governor can appoint you. No president can appoint you. No majority here can appoint you. You come here because your neighbors respect you. And Don's neighbors, 25 times over almost 50 years, got the opportunity to say, "Don Young, we trust you and we want you to go to Washington to represent us." Only one member of Congress from Alaska. They have 2 senators, but only 1 representative. What an honor for all of us to be selected by our neighbors to represent and articulate their voice in the halls of this Congress. I respected Don, and he respected me. And on many occasions, we stood and worked together on behalf of this institution and on behalf of the members of this institution. He had a passion, as we all know, for decorum, known for tapping his cane and urging whoever sat in the chair to call the vote. Regular order would come from the seat at the back of the chamber, because he felt that the chair was not bringing the vote to a close soon enough. And he was right. It didn't mean that the chair closed the vote because we were waiting for other people to come because they were late. Never Don Young. When the bell rang, Don Young answered the call. He never sat in the corner. He was always ready for the fight. He was always ready for the challenge. when votes were called, and we weren't always on the same side. That's what's written here. We were very rarely on the same side, but we were always on the same side when it came to members, this institution, and the American people. In fact, we were much more on the opposite side. Did not mean that we were on the opposite side from a personal standpoint. I hope all of us could learn that lesson. We're all chosen by our neighbors, as I said, to be here. For that reason alone, we ought to respect one another. I don't mean that everybody does things that ought to be respected all the time. They don't. But it is important to understand, particularly now, as Putin is testing whether democracies can work. Xi and the leader of China and Putin wrote a 5,000-page paper just about 6 weeks ago. And their premise was democracies cannot succeed because they cannot come together. They cannot make decisions in a timely fashion. Don Young was somebody you could go to in a very collegial fashion. And if you disagreed with honor on each side. But if you agreed, join hands to accomplish the objectives of that agreement. I always knew that Don believed he was doing the best he could for those he served. And he spoke and voted with his convictions. Whenever, as I've just said, we found common ground and common cause, it was a pleasure working with him and knowing that I had alongside me someone so fiercely devoted to getting a job done on behalf of his people and behalf of our country. It says here, now Don is at rest. The good Lord is saying, if that's rest, I'm in real trouble. The good Lord is saying, because that guy is not stopping. He's still punching, he's still fighting, he's still yelling out, regular order. And we're better for having known him and served with him. I join in offering his wife Anna, who I hugged and gave a kiss to earlier today, and said how much I grieved his loss and shared her love for this extraordinary man. His daughters will miss him. Their families, his families will miss him. We will miss him. And this institution will miss him. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman from Maryland. Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, Don Young served in this chamber for nearly 5 decades, for nearly 50 years. Prior to that, he was a teacher, he was a trapper, he was a gold miner, he was a boat captain, a legislator. Incredible background for somebody to serve in this chamber. Such a diverse background and diverse experiences. I was in a meeting with him last year where in the White House, and he stood up to President Biden and he said, I need a picture with you. He said, I've had a picture with 9 other presidents and I need one with you. And I mean, just think about that, with 9 other presidents that he worked with, that he served with. The history there is unbelievable. Everybody in this chamber has a Don Young story. Everybody has an interaction that's incredibly memorable. One of them that I won't forget is when we were at the White House and a bill was being signed into law that opened up the energy production in Alaska in an area. I think he told me he had been working on this for 30 years. And he was so excited about it, and he turned around and looks back and he says, what I lack in intelligence, I make up for in perseverance. 30 years to get something done, but he wasn't going to stop. And there's so many stories about Don Young and that famous knife. That knife has been pulled out and involved in so many stories across that 50 years. I'll bet that everybody in this chamber has a story about that knife. I believe there's been over 2,170 members of the House that served with Don Young, and I think that all of them have a story of the knife. I was standing in the back of the Kennan caucus room during a conference meeting where there was a heated discussion about changes in directed spending. And Don Young took it to the back of the room with the then Speaker of the House, John Boehner. And Don is right up in Speaker Boehner's face. I think that this is covered in Speaker Boehner's book, but right up in his face, and he's yelling at him, and Don takes that knife out, and to be clear, it was not opened, but he had that knife right at the Speaker's neck. And the Speaker's security detail starts walking in, and Boehner looks at him, and he's like, no, he's harmless. There's so many stories, and they're all true. So many more. But I also want to say that while many people view this and believe this is the Don Young with the scowl that's portrayed in the media, I think this is the Don Young that so many of us actually know. Don Young would swear, he would scream, he would yell, he'd have his growls and his scowl. But this is the Don Young that we knew. He was a grizzly bear on the outside, but Don Young was a teddy bear on the inside. I've been subjected to the yelling and screaming and cursing and everything else. And I finally realized after years that I could just go to him and just say, Don, shut up. And he would just make that face and start chuckling. The biggest teddy bear of a man. But, you know, there's a lot more to Don Young. This is Don Young and Congressman George Miller, who was the ranking member of the House Resources Committee. This was in the late 90s. Don Young actually enacted 123 pieces of legislation. One of the most successful legislators to ever serve in this body. This picture was taken, this is Congressman Chris John of Louisiana, after years of negotiation among these folks, as well as the famous Congressman John Dingell of Michigan and Congressman Billy Tozan of Louisiana. This was a landmark conservation legislation that these guys worked on. Don recognized the art of the deal. He recognized when you could actually get something done working together with other people, and I'll say it again, with 123 bills signed into law. The guy was an amazing legislator. He was also tough as nails, something that people don't know, and I'll go ahead and violate his HIPAA privacy here. Don Young was scheduled to have back surgery this week. He goes into the doctor, been having back pain, and folks remember him walking around with a cane. He goes and gets a back x-ray and an MRI. He had a broken back. He had a broken back and was walking around continuing to do his job, fighting for the people of Alaska with a broken back. This guy, I'll say it again, was tough as nails. Madam Speaker, to the citizens of Alaska, I'd like to tell you that this guy absolutely bled for your state. He fought for it, he defended it, and he bled for the state of Alaska. And I'll tell you that I know this because I worked for him. I had the honor of working for Chairman Young on the Transportation Committee. And it was always Alaska first. There's a huge alumni class of hundreds and hundreds of people. I would tease Don all the time that I was the only person that was able to overcome the stigma of Don Young and make something of myself. And I want to be clear, I said that in jest to the hundreds of Don Young alumni that are out there that are a phenomenal group of people. Some people advocate for term limits in this body, and I agree. I think that term limits should happen. I think that some people, when they're here for 2 weeks, it's pretty clear they should be term limited. But I'll also tell you that Don Young, after nearly 5 decades fighting for the state of Alaska, he shouldn't have been subjected to term limits. He fought for that state every single day. On the Wednesday before his death, he and I stood right over in the side of the chamber. He was in his wheelchair, and we had a conversation. And he was talking about the House versus the Senate. He was talking about how in the Senate, his senators had to work together and figure it out. But he talked about how for Alaska, he was the people's voice. He was the only one. He was the people's voice. There was no delegation to fight with or negotiate with. It was Don, a state that's nearly 1/5 the size of the continental United States, 3 times the state of Texas. Take that, Texas. Many people believe that the fact that Alaska has 1 member of Congress is because of a pesky little thing called the census or counting population or the Constitution. Madam Speaker, I submit to this body that the reason the state of Alaska has just 1 member is because all you needed was Don Young. Madam Speaker, I yield as much time as she may consume to the distinguished gentlelady from California, the Speaker of the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman. Thank you, Congressman Graves, for arranging this special tribute to a devoted patriot, a serious legislator, an endearing colleague and friend, the Dean of the House, Congressman Don Young. Thank you, Mr. Graves, for your leadership in putting this together. I'm pleased to join our distinguished Democratic leader, Mr. Hoyer, who's still here on the floor now for this. This morning, Congress had the sad and official honor of welcoming Congressman Young back to the Capitol, to Lyons State in Statuary Hall. As Speaker, it was my solemn privilege to join in paying tribute to this legendary leader as his historic public service brought luster to the Congress and to the country. It was always clear that Don was passionate about his position and his patriotism and about working in this institution to make a difference. As an Army veteran, he was a force for ensuring our service members, veterans, and military families got the care they earned. As a former teacher, he was a passionate advocate for quality education for all of our nation's children. And as a champion for Alaska, as Congressman Graves pointed out, and Mr. Hoyer as well, he was relentless in delivering investments to his beloved home state, especially lifting up Native communities. His wife, Lou, in honor of his wife, Lou. When Don became dean in December 2017, he said right here on the House floor, "I love this body. I believe in this body. My heart is in the House." He loved the House, and the House loved him. Indeed, Don Young was an institution in the House of Representatives. 49 years, as was said this morning, 49 years for the 49th state, the last frontier, which he loved, Alaska. While a committed conservative, he was more than willing to work across the aisle across party lines, if it meant delivering for his beloved home state of Alaska. And as dean, he cherished the duty to bring members together and to defend the dignity and integrity of this institution. I myself was personally honored to be sworn in as Speaker 2 times by the distinguished Dean, Don Young, in 19 and 21, 2019 and 2021. As Dean, he cherished his duty to bring members together, as I said. Despite political differences, many of us on the other side of the aisle enjoyed close personal friendships with him, built on our shared reverence and respect for this institution. His salmon dinners were legendary. His personality was similarly legendary. While we were devastated by the loss of our dear friend and colleague, each of us has a duty to honor his unending love for the House and the towering legacy he leaves behind. Again, I want to just call to attention the fact that George Miller, who served with him, wrote it's online in The Hill, an article. He wrote it with John Lawrence as opinion contributors. But George Miller and Don Young worked back and forth, chair and ranking member on the Interior Committee, the Natural Resources Committee. And you have to read it because it's any one sentence taken out of context you might not appreciate. But let me just say what he said at the end. Saying you'll miss Don Young doesn't mean he was right all the time or that he was invariably wrong. It means the House is diminished by his loss. He was a great congressman and a great friend. Alaska was fortunate to have him. May it be a comfort to his beloved wife, Anne, his dear children, Dawn and Joni, and his 20-some darling grandchildren, that so many in the Congress and the country mourn their loss. Madam Speaker, frequently we will say at a service, I mourn with you. We are all mourning in the House with Anne, Dawn, and Joni because we have all lost a dear, dear friend, and we are praying for them at this sad time. May Congressman Young, he was a blessing to our country. May Congressman Don Young forever rest in peace. When I asked George Miller this morning, what word would you use to describe Don Young? He said, he was amazing. He shouted over the phone, he was amazing. And how appropriate that the family had suggested Amazing Grace as the song to be sung at his service earlier today as he lay in state in the statuary hall. Yes, Don Young, Amazing Grace. I yield back. Thank you. I yield back to Mr. Garrett. Any remaining time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to give tribute to Don's wife, Anne, and to his daughters, Joni and Dawn, our sister. But his family goes well beyond that. I have a number of statements from former alumni of the Don Young staffer world that submitted statements asking unanimous consent to a statement from Michael Henry, from Pamela Day, C.J. Zane, Sherry Slick, Duncan Smith, Zach Brown, Jerry Hood, Jim Coons, Sophia Varnadis, Lisa Pittman, Colin Chapman, Holly Lyons, David Schaefer, Jason Suslavish, be included in the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I yield to the distinguished gentlelady, the Speaker of the House.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter Mr. Miller's statement into the record, honoring Don Young.
Without
I
objection.
yield
so
back.
ordered.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Okay. Here. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, I request time.
The gentlelady will suspend for just a minute.
Do you want me to read this first?
The gentlelady from Texas may address the House.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 2954.
Without objection, so ordered. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Fletcher, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to give all members 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection, so ordered.
This night and this Women's History Month, together with my colleagues in the Pro-Choice Caucus, I rise in support of the women of the reproductive rights movement, women who stood up, spoke out, and reached out to protect the rights of women in this country to determine whether and when to become parents. Of course, this work required and requires to this day a broad, bold coalition of people whose work has necessitated tremendous sacrifice and has resulted in tremendous progress. Some of them were denied access to contraception, abortion care, and health care, and agreed to become the face of legal challenges. Some of them were strategists who shaped the arguments that became the fabric of legal protections for reproductive rights. Some of them were healthcare providers who saw the tragic consequences of the denial of those rights. As a lawyer, I have known some of their names through the landmark cases that bear them: Griswold versus Connecticut, Roe versus Wade, and more. Tonight, we celebrate them, we celebrate their courage, their commitment, and their purpose in articulating, advocating, and ensuring the rights to equality, privacy, and dignity that their work represents. Before yielding to my colleagues who are here this evening in person and in spirit, I will start with one of them who holds a special place in this work and in my own life. As a woman from Texas, it has always been a source of great pride that some fearless Texas women have been leaders in this fight. In the late 1960s, a group of Texas women came together to challenge our state's ban on abortion. They found as their lawyer and lifelong advocate a young woman named Sarah Weddington, who's pictured here behind me. A recent law school graduate, Sarah Weddington was working for the University of Texas at that time. Perhaps not surprisingly, although she had good grades and a good law degree, she'd had a hard time finding a job in a law firm. But she was working to help people solve their problems in Austin, and this group knew she would be a good advocate. I heard her tell the story once that when the group came to see her, and they told her that the best way to deal with the law was to challenge the law itself. She said that she had a law degree, but she really hadn't practiced in federal court before. She wasn't a courtroom lawyer, and she hadn't handled a case like this one. So she told them she thought they should get someone with more experience. She recalled to us that they asked her, "Well, what would you charge us to do this lawsuit?" And she said, "Oh, I'll do it for free." And they said, "You are our lawyer." And that's how she got the case. Sarah called her law school classmate, Linda Coffey, and they agreed to work on the case together. Many UT law students and professors helped Sarah and Linda with the case. They heard from women, of course, and from doctors who treated women who'd had complications from illegal abortions, and women who had died from illegal abortions. Through their work, the strategizing, the organizing, the lawyering, these trailblazing Texas women brought us the framework to protect the health, privacy, dignity, equality, and freedom of women and families across this country in the case of Roe v. Wade. And 26-year-old Sarah Weddington and this team of Texas women took that case all the way to the United States Supreme Court. On January 22nd, 1973, the court ruled in one of the most consequential decisions in American history. The Texas state law banning abortions except to save a woman's life was unconstitutional. Sarah carried this fight with her for the rest of her life. She was elected to the Texas legislature. She served in the Carter administration, where she helped get more women on the federal bench. She's worked for many years as a lecturer and professor, teaching at schools including the University of Texas. This year, 2022, was the first one that we marked the anniversary of Roe without Sarah Weddington. She left a legacy for us through her life's work, the rights and protections for the health, privacy, dignity, equality, and freedom of women and families enshrined in that decision that has shaped our country and our opportunities as women for the last 50 years. She was part of a generation of trailblazing Texas women who made it their life's work to make our world one of equality, opportunity, and possibility for women. And it is fitting to remember, honor, and celebrate her tonight. And now, Madam Speaker, several of my colleagues are here to remember and honor other women pioneers, trailblazers, and heroes of the reproductive rights movement. At this time, I yield to my friend from Michigan, Representative Haley Stevens, for as much time as she may consume.
Well, thank you to my colleague from Texas, Congresswoman Lizzie Fletcher, who has been someone I have deeply admired as part of the women's movement, as part of the women's choice movement, who has made herself a leader in this body and a leader in Texas for bringing us all here tonight as part of Women's History Month. Madam Speaker, I am rising alongside my pro-choice colleagues, honoring the women of the reproductive health, rights, and justice movement. Women like my own mother, who remember being young and without choice over their bodily autonomy. Women like my own mother who marched for women's rights, who remember when Roe v. Wade came down. I'm here today, Madam Speaker, to rise for the brave providers, the fierce advocates, the trailblazing women of color who established the principles and coined the terms, and all of those who believe in a society where women are entitled to make personal decisions about their bodies, work, families, and futures. For those who agreed to become the face of legal challenges to abortion access, the litigators who helped shape the arguments that became the legal fabric of protections for reproductive rights, and the women who have served as the jurists and the justices who wrote landmark defenses of these rights. We must protect their progress from destructive efforts in the states to overturn precedent that has saved countless lives and determined countless futures. Rights are under attack. For nearly 6 months now, patients in Texas have been denied a constitutional right to an abortion due to a statewide law designed to restrict, shame, and penalize those who dare to terminate a pregnancy that they do not wish to carry to term. Just last week, Idaho became the first state to copy Texas's model. We stand here in this chamber across the street from another body of governance, our courts, a Supreme Court that might overrule Roe v. Wade. If it is overturned by the United States Supreme Court, my home state of Michigan would automatically join that list. In fact, if Roe fails, if Roe escapes us, half the states in this union will ban abortion entirely, leaving even more people across large swaths of the Midwest and South without access to care. And this is not just an issue of bodily autonomy, my friends. It is an economic issue. The U.S. is the only industrialized nation without federal paid leave policy. And the emergence of COVID-19 has shown us the consequences of that foundational failure. Who are we to become? What nation are we that will not stand up for its people's rights and the success of their families? We all know that women have been disproportionately impacted by this pandemic, being forced to leave the workforce at record rates when child care and abortion services are both out of reach. A parent's financial future and ability to participate in our economy severely jeopardized. And let us not forget that the individuals most harmed by abortion restriction are those who already face barriers to accessing health care, including women, people of color, members of the LGBTQ community, immigrants, young people, those living in rural communities, and people with disabilities. This is a wake-up moment in this nation. We are here not just for history, but for our future. When I was elected to Congress, on behalf of Michigan's 11th District, becoming the first woman ever to represent Michigan's 11th District. Sure, let's be proud then, as we are now, for the unprecedented number of women who are serving in this body. Those who are unequivocally claiming that we have the right to choose. Abortion is health care. Hear us say that on the chamber and in this floor, and that all women must be able to make the decision that is best for them, their family, and their body. Congress has a responsibility to stand with people and communities fighting for racial, economic, and reproductive justice. And we must commit to protecting the right of every person to make their own decisions about their bodies free from discrimination and political interference. It is with immense gratitude and reverence that I join my colleagues in honoring the women who have made it possible for so many of us to stand here today, to be here today. During Women's History Month, let us all recommit to supporting the activism, the organizing, the efforts all around this country, those who are watching and who are counting on us. We will vote today, we will vote tomorrow, and we will continue to do the work of the people. Thank you.
Now, Madam Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to my colleague and friend from Texas, Representative Mark Vesey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my friend from Houston, Lizzie Fletcher, for putting this together, because this is hugely important, particularly as we get ready to wind down Women's History Month. I think about my first term here in Congress. And previous to me serving in Congress, I was in the state legislature. And Republicans in the Texas state legislature, they were always trying to tear down women's reproductive rights. It seemed like there was just an endless supply of bills that they had aimed at stripping away freedom from women across our state. And I was given a speech out in the Triangle and momentarily thought that I was back in Austin and accidentally referred to myself as State Representative Mark Vesey, just because when you think about D.C. and the various states that are here, you think about people being able to celebrate those sorts of freedoms. But we're fighting that battle not just in Austin, but in D.C. and in other states around the country. But today we're here to focus on Texas. And again, I just want to thank Lizzie Fletcher and the other women that are a part of the Texas delegation. I also want to thank the female state representatives in the state of Texas that really have just fought fearlessly on this issue for so long now, all session, this past regular legislative session. So many of the women in the North Texas delegation, where I'm from, they were very poignant in making so many points about how SB 8, a sweeping anti-abortion law, how it was going to disproportionately impact low income and women of color in minority communities. You know, imagine just barely being able to get by. You know, you have you may be on SNAP, you may be a single mother, you may find yourself trapped in a low income job and trying to accumulate enough money to be able to travel across state lines so you can have these services and get them done safely. It's sad to see us go back in time to where women were not able to have these services done safely. And that is something that we have to continue to fight against. And that's why, whatever it takes, we need to make sure that this bill one day is reversed. And passing the Women's Health Protection Act would codify Roe v. Wade and ensure that people can have the freedom to make personal decisions. I think that's something that everybody, regardless of if you're a Democrat or a Republican or independent, whatever you may happen to be, you ought to have the choice to make personal decisions. It used to be something that Republicans used to value, and it's sad to see them backslide so much in this area. We need to make sure that we protect equal access to abortion care everywhere because it is essential to social and economic participation, reproductive autonomy, and the right for people to determine their own lives. And one of the things that really doesn't get talked a lot about on this issue is just really the number of Republicans, too, that are against any sort of birth control. I see them. They come to my town hall meetings, and you know they don't like to talk about it because they know that most people, overwhelmingly, Democrats and Republicans, are for birth control. But you hear them. They come and they say, no, you know, birth control is wrong. We even had a lawsuit filed in Fort Worth, in federal court in Fort Worth, to try to stop people from being able to get birth control. So people need to understand that this is a larger battle. Right now, it's abortion access, but believe me, Republicans have their sights set on people not being able to have basic birth control, just basic contraceptions, and they're trying to make that harder and harder for people to get a hold of, too. It's a slippery slope, and again, I just want to thank my colleague from Houston, Lizzie Fletcher, for leading this hour because it is hugely, hugely important, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. VC, and I join you in your remarks that we are so grateful to our state legislators and the members of our Texas delegation as we face these challenges at home. I'm pleased now to yield to my friend from North Carolina, Representative Kathy Manning, for as much time as she may consume.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Representative Fletcher, for holding this very important session. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the healthcare providers who have dedicated their lives working to ensure equitable access to reproductive health care. Today, I'm honored to highlight the work and courage of Susan Hill of North Carolina, the former president of the National Women's Health Organization in North Carolina and a fierce advocate for abortion access and reproductive rights. Susan opened clinics across the country to ensure that women could access the health care they need, including abortion care, with dignity and safety. She focused her work on providing reproductive health services in the Southeast, despite onerous restrictions, so that pregnant women could make the best health care decisions for themselves and their families, no matter where they lived. In fact, Susan Hill founded Jackson Women's Health Organization, which is now the last remaining health center providing abortions in Mississippi. This very clinic is at the center of the case directly challenging Roe v. Wade that is currently before the Supreme Court. If the court decides to uphold Mississippi's abortion ban and gut Roe, it will be overturning nearly 50 years of judicial precedent and undermining women's fundamental right to make their own personal decisions about their bodies, their families, their futures. Susan Hill never wavered in her commitment to protecting patients' autonomy and safety, even as anti-abortion protesters used arson, firebombing, and countless acts of vandalism to intimidate her into closing down her clinics. Today, the stakes for reproductive freedom are more dire than ever before. Extreme abortion bans and medically unnecessary restrictions are sweeping our country and posing an enormous threat to women's health and constitutional rights. Decimating abortion access diminishes our equality under the law. The consequences of these egregious attacks most acutely impact communities of color and underserved communities, which already face barriers to health care. Health care cannot just be for the few, as the legacy of Susan Hill reminds us. All people deserve access to the reproductive care they need, free from political interference, discrimination, and harassment. Years ago, I spoke on a panel about abortion rights with a physician who had done his residency in Philadelphia before the passage of Roe v. Wade. He told us about his experience working in the emergency room, trying to save desperate women who were near death from botched back alley abortions, women who suffered irreparable damage, women who didn't make it. And he told us that history has shown there will always be abortions. The only question is whether abortions will be safe and whether they will be available to those who are faced with terribly difficult choices. We must ensure that all people have the right to control their own reproductive decisions and have the right to the reproductive health care they need. I'm proud to recognize a fellow North Carolinian, Susan Hill, and to share her commitment to ensuring that abortion rights are protected and comprehensive reproductive health care is accessible to all who need it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you so much, Rep. Manning, and so important, the points that you made, talking about the importance of access to safe abortions. Even today, the World Health Organization estimates that 47,000 women die from unsafe abortions each year. That is 13% of maternal deaths worldwide. At this time, I would like to yield to my friend from New Hampshire, Representative Annie Custer, for as much time as she may consume.
Thank you, Representative Fletcher. As an adoption attorney for 25 years, I worked with more than 300 birth mothers, making the most personal, private decisions of their entire lives. They consulted their families, their loved ones, their doctors, but not one of these birth mothers looked to the government to make this choice for them. On January 1st of this year, sweeping abortion restrictions took effect in my home state of New Hampshire. In fact, the first abortion ban ever to pass the New Hampshire legislature and to be signed into law by our governor, Chris Sununu, making it illegal to terminate a pregnancy after 24 weeks with no exceptions. No exceptions for rape, for incest, or for fatal fetal anomaly. And requiring every person seeking an abortion to undergo an invasive ultrasound. This new law places a felony penalty and fine of up to $100,000 for doctors who violate the law, making New Hampshire a less desirable place for doctors to work and for patients to seek care. Granite State women and families are already feeling the impact of this harmful, regressive abortion ban. Earlier this year, a constituent of mine, the daughter of a dear friend, reached out to tell me her story and how this law is impacting families like hers across New Hampshire. 38-year-old Lisa has a beautiful 1-year-old daughter at home, and she is now pregnant with twins. 21 weeks into her pregnancy, her doctors told her what no parent wants to hear. One of her twins had no chance of surviving outside the womb, and that twin was threatening the life of her other healthy twin. Because of New Hampshire's abortion ban that makes no exceptions for late-term complications, fetal viability, or even maternal well-being, Lisa and her husband have had to travel out of state to get a second opinion on their options. After traveling 4 states away for a specialist consultation, they learned that an abortion had the potential to save the healthy twin's life and even the life of the mother. But in the time that it took to get this second opinion and to weigh her options, Lisa was past the 24-week threshold in New Hampshire, and she will be unable to get this treatment even if it becomes medically necessary. If Lisa chooses to deliver her healthy twin in New Hampshire, she runs the risk of losing both babies and even her own life, as her doctors would not be allowed to perform an abortion even to save her healthy twin's life or her own life. Lisa and her family are already facing an impossible circumstance, which is being made even more excruciating by the New Hampshire extreme abortion ban. Safe access to reproductive and preventative health care, including abortion, is essential to the health and well-being of women and their families in New Hampshire and throughout this country. Restrictions on access to reproductive care ignore the complexities of maternal health and threaten the life of countless mothers and their children. New Hampshire's new abortion ban and those like it across the country are harming families and putting politics above health and science. This I know. New Hampshire voters believe in less government interference in people's personal and private lives. I want to thank Lisa for sharing her story and for shedding light on the tragic impact that this abortion ban is having on mothers and grandmothers and husbands and families like her across the Granite State and throughout this country. Thank you. I want to thank the representative from Texas for this opportunity, and I yield back.
Thank you so much, Representative Custer, for your leadership and for your impactful story here tonight of one of the many women of this reproductive rights movement. I now yield to my friend from Florida, Representative Lois Frankel, for as much time as she may consume.
My, Madam Speaker, here we go again. I thank my friend from Texas, I keep saying that I think Texas and Florida, we're in the race for the worst. I don't know who's winning that one, but like you, those of us in Florida, we've been stuck in an unfortunate situation of battling with the state government that is actively harming the people it's supposed to protect, and especially true when it comes to abortion care. They call us the so-called freedom state. We're the freedom state, which means that the Republican legislature and the governor believe they have the freedom to deny people the freedom to make one of life's most personal decisions, and that is whether to bring a child into the world. You know, Madam Speaker, I remember the days before Roe v. Wade. And I was 15 years old, and literally one of my friends was missing for a day, so I went looking for her, and I found her in a bed covered with blood. And what had happened is she had had a back alley abortion, nearly died. We got her to the hospital in time, but how I wish she could have gone to and gotten proper care. And you know, that's just an example. Because here's the thing. You can have all the laws you want to outlaw abortion. You're not going to stop abortion. All these laws do are try to stop illegal abortion, and they unfairly burden the people with the least amount of money. Because if you're wealthy, you find the place where you can get a safe abortion. But I want to say, I really come to this as a mother and as a grandmother. Those who know me know that my grandchildren call me Lolo. I come to this as a Lolo. Really, it's the best part of my life. What a blessing my son is to me and my two grandchildren. But I also know the responsibility. I know the responsibility, which really brings us why we're here today. Because, you know, whether or not to bring a child into the world, as I mentioned, I think is one of the most important personal decisions that a person makes. They shouldn't have to call their congressperson, their governor, their state legislature. So tonight, I want to thank you because we're recognizing those people that we know in our community who have really been advocates or providers for the health care that people deserve and need. So I'm going to recognize two courageous leaders from my home state of Florida, champions for women's access to full health care, not just abortions, which it should be part, but all kinds of care. And they are Lillian Tomeo and Mona Reese. And like your advocates that you talked about tonight, they've been fighting against an unending tide of terrible state laws that try to undermine reproductive freedom. And once again, this time we're following Texas, we're on the cusp of enacting a dangerous restrictive abortion ban, which is a ban on abortion after 15 weeks that's now awaiting our governor's certain signature. But for decades, Lillian and Mona, in their own capacities, have fought hard for reproductive freedom in our state. For more than 20 years, Lillian has been an advocate for women, teens, the LGBTQ community as president and CEO of the Planned Parenthood of Southeast and North Florida. And Mona Reese is the founder of the Presidential Women's Center in Palm Beach County. She ran that for about 40 years, and she faced threats, arson. There was a period of time, and even today, abortion providers are under danger. Some have even been murdered. But both have persisted. They persisted to make sure our underserved communities had access to the health care that they need. And they have been essential in providing access to reproductive care and the freedom that people deserve in our state. Each are going on a new journey, but they leave a legacy of unrelenting pursuit of reproductive freedom. I say thank you to Mona and to Lillian, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Frankel, for sharing your stories from Florida. At this time, it is a pleasure to yield to my friend from the great state of Texas, Representative Al Green, for as much time as he may consume.
I thank the gentle lady for yielding the time. And Madam Speaker, and still I rise. And I rise tonight to take a stand on behalf of the pro-choice movement and women who have had to make the choice. Women who've had to make this tough decision, this choice. And let's get the record straight. Henceforth and forevermore, let it be known that you're either pro-choice or you're anti-choice. Pro-choice or anti-choice. It's easy to be anti-choice when you don't have to make the choice. It's easy to be anti-choice when it's not your wife that was raped. It's easy to be anti-choice when it's not your daughter that has had the incestuous relationship without her permission, I always say, but even with her permission, it's wrong. It's wrong. It's easy to make the choice when it's not your child or your wife. You can be anti-choice then. But I only wonder how many persons who have been anti-choice, when confronted with having to make this choice, became pro-choice. We'll never know. You can be anti-choice before the public and then pro-choice when it serves your purpose. I sincerely believe, Madam Speaker and Ms. Fletcher, that the long arm of the law has no place in a woman's womb. This is not where the law belongs. This is the property of a woman, and she should make these decisions herself with those that she has trust in, those who care for her, those that she believes will help her to come to the right conclusions. I stand for those who are pro-choice, and for those who are anti-choice, I say, thank God you've not had to make the choice. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Green. Madam Speaker, I've worked closely with my colleagues in the pro-choice caucus to identify stories that need to be told during this special hour this evening, and I am grateful to my colleagues who have taken to the floor this evening to share with us the stories of their constituents, to share with us the stories of those that they know have been fighters for reproductive rights, for reproductive justice, for choice. One of our pro-choice caucus leaders could not be with us tonight, but has submitted a statement for the record that I would like to read now from Representative Judy Chu. I rise today to honor the women of the abortion rights movement who have come before us. I remember what it was like before the days of Roe, and so today I am helping to remember and honor those who gave their lives, who put their own bodies in harm's way, so that we might have the ability to decide what to do with ours. Women like Pam, who lives in my district in Pasadena, California. Pam is in her 70s, retired, and spends her time volunteering in her community. But Pam told me about a time when she was 22 years old. It was 1969, and even though she and her partner had been using birth control, Pam found out she was pregnant. This happened in the days before Roe v. Wade, which meant that her options were limited. That's how Pam found herself standing on the curb of an airport in Mexico City, waiting for someone to pick her up. Finally, a large black car came up and rolled down the window. "Are you Pam?" the driver asked. "Yes," she replied, and got in the car, forced to trust and hope for the best. Thankfully, Pam wasn't hurt during this experience, but she told me she's never forgotten the fear and uncertainty of putting her life in the hands of a stranger who could have hurt her and abused her, especially when we know that this is a procedure that is safe and can be done in a doctor's office, not someplace unknown and unsafe. That is why now Pam is determined to ensure that no one ever feels as scared and alone as she did that day. Pam volunteers at the Planned Parenthood Pasadena and San Gabriel Valley, serving as a support system to women who need a hand to hold or a shoulder to lean on. Pam is an abortion advocate in her community because she believes, like I do, that everyone, no matter where they grew up, what language they speak, or how much money they make, deserves to have a say in what happens to their bodies. I rise today as part of Women's History Month to honor Pam and so many others like her who were forced to make history so that others could have the choices that they were denied. The fight for reproductive rights would not be where it is today without advocates like Pam, who stand up time and time again and demand that women have the right to decide. Madam Speaker, this evening, the Pro-Choice Caucus and I also want to recognize the women who launched and built the groundbreaking reproductive justice movement. While women of color have long fought for these principles, reproductive justice as a term was coined in 1994 when a group of Black women gathered in Chicago ahead of the International Conference on Population and Development in Cairo. Loretta Ross is one of a number of women who built the reproductive justice movement. She was part of the 1994 meeting and went on to co-found the organization Sister Song, which defines reproductive justice as the human right to maintain personal bodily autonomy, have children, not have children, and parent the children we have in a safe and sustainable communities. A scholar who teaches both at Smith College and has published extensively on reproductive justice, she recently testified before the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform in this legislative session. Dorothy Roberts is another pioneer of the reproductive justice movement. From Pennsylvania, she is also considered one of the leaders. And there have been many leaders in our government, in our communities that we celebrate tonight. We in the Pro-Choice Caucus have identified a few women that we want to highlight this evening. And I will start with some of the lawmakers and legislators who helped pave the way, including Shirley Chisholm, the first Black woman elected to Congress in 1968. She was also the first Black woman to run for president, and throughout her trailblazing career, she was a strong supporter for reproductive rights. In 1969, she was named honorary president of the National Abortion Rights Action League, NARAL. And in 1970, she supported legalized abortion in her home state of New York, and in 1970 described abortion as an issue of economic and racial justice. Louise Slaughter, a longtime member from New York and chairwoman of the Rules Committee, Louise Slaughter was a steadfast supporter of reproductive rights during her long tenure in Congress, serving as a founder and co-chair of the Pro-Choice Caucus. In addition to championing legislation to protect and expand access to abortion and contraception, Rep. Slaughter condemned efforts to expand the so-called conscience protections at the expense of healthcare access and was an early leader on marriage equality. First elected in 1972, Pat Schroeder was one of only 14 women in the House at the time of the January 1973 Roe v. Wade decision. When a male colleague asked her how she could be a mother of 2 small children and a member of Congress at the same time, she famously replied, "I have a brain and a uterus, and I use both." Other figures that are large in the women's and reproductive rights movement, of course, must include Ellen Malcolm, who in 1985 led a group of friends in creating an organization dedicated to electing pro-choice Democratic women, giving them the credibility and resources that they needed through her organization, Emily's List. Of course, we began this evening talking about Sarah Weddington, and there are many lawyers and judges who have been a part of this movement at some time in their careers, including famously, of course, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Catherine Colbert, Priscilla Smith, Linda Coffey. Of course, we heard from several people tonight, several of our members, about the work done in their local communities at Planned Parenthood health centers across the country. And as we touch on some of these important women leaders in our community and our country, we certainly recognize the leadership that we have seen at Planned Parenthood health centers, including Faye Waddleton, who was the first Black woman to serve as the president of Planned Parenthood Federation of America, as well as the youngest. Cecile Richards, who was the president of Planned Parenthood Federation of America and the Planned Parenthood Action Fund for more than a decade, and is the daughter of the late Texas governor, another champion for reproductive rights, and women's equality, Ann Richards. Alexis McGill Johnson, the current president and CEO of Planned Parenthood Federation of America and the Planned Parenthood Action Fund, is in charge and oversees Planned Parenthood's vital health services to 2.4 million people each year through more than 600 health centers across the country. She is a champion for social and racial justice, a respected political and cultural organizer, and a tireless advocate for reproductive freedom. The National Abortion Rights Action League, NARAL, which I mentioned earlier, has always had an incredible role to play in the fight for reproductive rights, and its leaders, Karen Mulhauser, Nanette Falkenberg, Kate Michelman, Nancy Keenan, Elise Hogue, and today, Mini Timaraju, have left an incredible mark. Also, the Guttmacher Institute, in its current leadership under Dr. Herminia Palacio. The Guttmacher Institute's mission is to advance sexual and reproductive health and rights in the United States and across the globe. There are so many people, so many women who have come together around these issues, who've come together to protect the health, the equality, the autonomy, and the dignity of women across this country. And those are the people, whether named or not this evening on the floor, those are the people that we celebrate tonight. Madam Speaker, we began this hour with a celebration of trailblazing, fearless women from my home state of Texas. And I'm so grateful to my colleagues from Texas who joined me this evening, and to my colleagues from across the country who speak out tonight. Today in Texas and across the country, reproductive rights are under attack. The passage of the draconian Senate Bill 8 in Texas, which Representative Stevens discussed, which Representative Vesey discussed, this bill has created a healthcare crisis for women and healthcare providers across our state. And sadly, but not surprisingly, other states are quickly following suit. And as we have seen and as we have heard from some of our colleagues this evening, it's not merely abortion, but advocates with cases pending before the United States Supreme Court today, including Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, are arguing that the protections recognized in Roe v. Wade, in Griswold versus Connecticut, which gave married couples the right to use birth control, that those principles should be rejected. This is alarming. This is terrifying. This is not what the majority of Americans want, and it is not what people have fought so hard for so long to achieve. And that is why it's so important that this evening we remember and honor the work that people have done to ensure reproductive rights, reproductive health, and reproductive justice. And it is also important that we recommit ourselves to continuing that work. As my colleagues noted in September, thanks to the leadership of Representative Judy Chu and the Pro-Choice Caucus, the House passed the Women's Health Protection Act to protect the right to access abortion care against restrictions and bans in every state in our union. Passing this legislation is a critical step toward creating a world where every person, whoever they are, wherever they live, whatever their circumstances, is free to make the best health care and personal decisions for themselves, their families, and their futures. And we must continue to defend and protect the fundamental rights essential to our autonomy, our dignity, and our equality that are represented in the case of Roe v. Wade and the Women's Health Protection Act. And so in times like these, it's important to me to remember, and it's important for all of us to remember, that Texas gave us SB 8, but it also gave us Sarah Weddington and Loretta Ross and Cecile Richards and so many other of the people that we talked about this evening and that we know have been champions for women's health, women's reproductive rights, and reproductive justice. Like women across the country, from New Hampshire to North Carolina to Florida to Michigan to California, all of whom spoke this evening, Texas women have fought and will continue to fight for the right to safe, legal, accessible abortion care, to reproductive health care, and to reproductive justice. I am proud to be one of them. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate and noon for legislative business.